It's warmer now. In the morning. In the morning. Huh. Mm. Oh, when? Next. Next stream will be early one. Wait, what the? What is that? Chat logs and your mentions? Huh? What does that mean? White Forest has ads? I didn't know that. Huh? I didn't know White Forest had ads. Uh, wait. Wait, what? Hello, Maya Mayor. Okay, I'm gonna... Let everyone come and see what nice things are in store. That should be enough, I think. It is about Star Ocean 2. It's been great so far. Everybody's saying that it's the game of the year contendant. Yay. I'm so shocked that a PlayStation 1 game is a contender for the game of the year. But I guess this is where we're at. Look, my hair is an artistic mess today. Look at the top of my head. Hello, Sva system. From what I'm getting, there's only one real contender for a game of the year. What is it? Even though people say Star Ocean is, I bet you're gonna say Baldur's Gate 3. You're gonna say Baldur's Gate, aren't you? Vodka, oh, it's you. Or vodka, as you would say in Polish. Wait, I gotta see something. The camera's too good today. Yes, the camera's too good today. Camera's very high definition today. It's actually for once catching my little chip in the tooth. Gotta get this fixed. But well, at least now you can see my plight, okay? Now you can see why I'm so desperate for... What is with Baldur's Gate? I haven't played it. Everybody who plays Star Ocean says that it's a Game of the Year contender. It is a great game, but I haven't played it. We should finish the first one. And the second one. A Thief controller? No, a Thief chip. A chip in the tooth. I'm going to the dentist the day after tomorrow. Favorite JRPG or JRPG in general? I think Star Ocean 2 is out there. It's hard for me to pick a favorite. So, I have to tell you that today is a very fascinating game. Fascinating day. We're gonna learn what happens when Russia tries to send aid. The answer might surprise you if you actually have not heard of this story before. Have you heard? Has any of you heard about Russia trying to send aid to Gaza? It's the most Russian story ever. We might look more into it. Games that are usually brought up giving Big Data for its money, Zelda, Starfield, because Dangerous Team has stuff, and that's it. Like all the newest sort of videos about Star Ocean say that it's a Game of the Year contester. Okay, I'm gonna make this long story short, although we're probably gonna revisit it later. Russia send food packages to Gaza, you know? We're gonna give aid to Gaza people because Russia is great, Russia is strong, and we support the Palestinians. And I remember asking my mom yesterday, so what do you think happened? What do you think happened? And my mom was, let me guess, the crates were full of weapons instead of food. I was like, if only the crates were full of weapons instead of food. But no, Russia being Russia did send food. It did send big packages of food. There's only one problem with it. The entirety of the food was expired and was only fit to be thrown out to the trash. That's the most Russian thing ever. I can't even believe it. Russian aid, Russian style. God. That is the most Russian thing ever. What did I even expect? When I was teen or something, like everything Russian has always had like the reputation in Poland of being unsafe, of being very unsafe, you know? And I remember my best friend, Tuan, from Vietnam. He said that before he came to Poland to live in Poland, they were temporarily in Russia, and that in Russia it was definitely unsafe for him to just get out of the apartment and walk the street, you know? And he also warned me about flying the Russian airlines because when you fly on the Russian airlines, you feel all the time when you fly as if the plane was about to break apart, fall apart. The Russian airline experience, the experience with a lot of tension, a lot of emotion. I'm gonna be honest, for a long time when I was small and teen, I assumed that it was actually dangerous for me to go to Russia. That just probably something would happen to me if I went. Yeah, and ironically, well, sadly there was a great catastrophe a couple of years ago with one of the Russian airlines. Yeah, I laugh, but unironically, I was warned. I was years ago. I was warned not to choose Russian airlines ever because it feels like the planes are just gonna fall apart. Like I have to say that's well, it's dangerous for you to go to Russia now. No, I felt it was dangerous during peacetime. In the 90s and early 2000s. Alexander Zambel, Red Army. Our members died. Damn. And also, because if you're not from Eastern Europe, I'm not sure if Karasi is going to confirm this. That's something that has been going on just recently. This sort of the world sort of seeing Russia for what it is and being raised in Poland, sort of growing up in Poland, this attitude, this sort of thinking of one, Russia is really, really, really wild and unpredictable, and two, Russia is a state of mind where constant things that sort of circulated in the ether. There was an aviation engineer in the USSR, and it was done under the table with vodka as payment, not very safe. In Russia, we thought Poland were the European ones. European or European? Because I've heard Russia calling Poland Europeans, as in the peons of Europe. Or even I've heard the term that Polish people are the Europe, like the white N-words of Europe. European. How European? We had Polish markets for all sort of things at the time. And what else is there for me to say? Some smuggled. Oh yeah. Dressing in Germany, Russia always was thought as very predictable, even then more than US in some sense, and even the Soviet times. It's weird combination of West German economism and East German propaganda. Hopefully that's gone now. I have not been to Russia since my grandfather died in 2008. I don't miss it. Also about, I'm gonna go back to 1 second to the whole Russian speaker thing, because I said that after before World War One, or after World War One, no, before World War One, like the Congress, Poland was in a very similar situation to Ukraine, that there were a lot of Russian speakers, you know, in the Congress Kingdom. It was, for example, dictated by the fact that people wanted education, and the only education available was in Russian. So people had to speak Russian, right, to get to school. But you don't even have to go to before World War One. Like, I'm quite certain that I'm one generation away from a lot of people in Poland being Russian speakers. Like, that used to be a big thing during the Soviet Union times, that a lot of Polish people would be just Russian speakers. It used to be super common for people to just speak Russian. My mom speaks Russian. My grandfather spoke Russian fluently and comfortably. Like, people just spoke Russian, and then, uh, when the Soviet bloc fell, etc., Russian became the hated language, and everybody just, and the level of people speaking Russian just fell on its face because nobody wanted to learn it. And I'm from the generation that just didn't want to learn it. But I could never wrap my head around the gender objects. It makes no sense. Well, it may make no sense, but I was raised with it, so it has to make sense to me. I have no choice. It makes sense to me, even though it's senseless. You Indo-European language speakers are so strange. True. True, actually, and real. I really want to learn more languages, but learning no Germanic language is so hard. I could start teaching the chat Japanese. Huh? Japanese? Yes, Boogie, we're talking about languages. I love languages. I've always loved languages. I've actually started learning the Atashi wa karasu desu ka? Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me if you are karasu? Yes, you are. You are karasu. Don't ask me. I think you are. I assume you are. You have the wrench. Always welcome. Hola. And so, I wanted to say something smart. You know, the gendered thing can be really. The gender thing can be a problem for foreigners. That's for sure. Orewa is really a thing that usually guys use. Ore is like a thing that guys usually say. It sounds very mannish. Watashi? Atashi is sort of like a version of watashi. It's written in the same, with the same kanji. Atashi and watashi. Although atashi is considered more of a girly thing. Yeah, atashi is more feminine. Watashi is very neutral. It's the first. Watashi is the first thing that everybody learns when they learn Japanese. So the gendering of language can be very troublesome for foreigners because they can try to compliment you and they can misgender you by mistake. They translate the word that they want to use for you and they choose the wrong gendered thing because they don't know. Oh, Captain Howdy. What? Try and make a good confession and remember Christ forgives all our sins. I will. Thank you, Quack. Thank you, Captain Howdy. I will try to remember that as a Jewish person. As a Jewish person, I will try to remember that Christ forgives all our sins. I'll keep that in mind. Like having to choose between obrigada and obrigado in Portuguese made me drop. Listen, in Polish, everything is gendered. Sorry, my bad, it's okay. It's like you say, I walk to the store. God bless Israel. Well, hopefully Israel can get better on some issues. I walk to the store, and walk is gendered. So I either say I walk in the feminine or I walk in the masculine. You know? Oh. In real life, I did misgender people even before it was fashionable, true. And if you want to say to someone, you are attractive, okay? Then attractive is gendered. The word attractive is gendered. When you call someone attractive, you can call them attractive in the masculine or attractive in the feminine to indicate their gender through calling them attractive. How did you find the stream, Captain Howdy? I have not seen you here ever before, I have to say. It brings you to a little chat about history, about Israel, about Poland and World War III, and many other things. Oh yeah, no, the attractive will be dependent on the person's gender. Russian has gendered last names, and patron is my full Russian name is truly. Oh yeah, and Poland as well. In Poland, last names are gendered as well, of course. Although some aren't, because some, like my surname in Polish is not gendered. Actually, interestingly enough, it's just a neutral word that cannot be gendered. It physically cannot be gendered. My surname is impossible to gender, so it's not gendered. I'm I'm the exception to the surname gender rule in Poland. My surname is just identical for both feminine and masculine. It's identical. And yet I have such a surname that's not gendered. It just so happened. My uncle is from Poland. He escaped Auschwitz with his aunt and uncle to America. How did you find the stream, Captain Howdy? I just have to know. I'm gonna check you out. I'm gonna do some investigative journalism on you. Got 6 subs. You don't really recommend Elon Musk? Why do you have an Elon Musk video on your channel? I'm gonna watch it.
I do that rather well, don't you think?
I'm not sure how to respond to this. I'm not sure how to respond to this video. Welcome to the club. Wait, Karas, you didn't find me randomly. Howdy gets an A+ from me. Okay. Thank you. No, the club of Elon Musk haters. True, we do be hating on Elon Musk here. Let me see. Maybe we'll just go and get they started talking about it. Also, I'm gonna DM Karas with something. I DM'd you. I'm enjoying your channel. You should subscribe or consider at least. We're getting closer and closer to 1,000 subscribers. Okay, thank you. Musters get whiskers. Yeah. Do musketeers get beers? Yes. Bam. I like plays, the good ones, Shakespeare. Ah. Uh, or we should talk about this editing here perhaps one day at least. Yeah, that could be really, really nice. That could be a really nice thing. Yeah, that's true. That would be a great topic, newspapers, especially since I'm going to give everybody a little bit of a taste of what's to come. I, Lucy Hazet, used to run a newspaper. I used to run a newspaper. So I used to be an editor-in-chief for a newspaper. That's a whole story. What a time. And I had a Vietnamese boss who I was a local newspaper for like this how do I call it? There's this little place in Poland called Wólka Kosowska, and it's this little trade city where big trading things happen. There's a Vietnamese center, there's a Chinese center, I think there's a Turkish center as well. There's those huge buildings. And there's a Polish center, but the twist is the Polish center is run by Vietnamese people. So it's a Polish center only in name. Hung Kok? Hello, how are you doing lately? Are you doing okay? Mixed bag. But I guess I'm doing okay today. Although I had a bit of a random health thing today, but that's okay. It did not lead to anything bad. It was just a random little thing happening. But it didn't amount to anything bad, so you know. All's well that ends well. So yes, I run a newspaper as a newspaper editor-in-chief, and that was something. Yum 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 yum. What does that mean, yata locked? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Wait. Wait. We'll look for our story for today. For King and Country, says the... Oh! I got it. I'm gonna find the link. Virtual Poland. Oh, sheesh. We're gonna look at this. Okay, I've got a graphic for this. I'm gonna use it. I'm not afraid to use it. I'm not afraid to use oh. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Oh, image. Got him. Russia. Putin's blunder. Food from Russia was only fit for the trash. Russia wanted to improve its image, so it decided to send humanitarian help to Gaza. This kind gesture will probably not bring any sympathy to Moscow, towards Moscow, because as reported, all the gifted food was expired. Expired food. And that was news from yesterday. So, pretty fresh. So yeah, basically Russia. Russian style humanitarian help. But then what do you expect from Russia that just doesn't care about anyone? Russia doesn't care about Palestinians. Russia doesn't care about Russians. Why would it care about Palestinians if it doesn't even care about Russians? Of course it doesn't. I refer you to the infamous Moscow theater incident. How many of you are familiar with the Moscow theater incident? Incidentally, I'm gonna check your knowledge of Russia. I'm gonna see how many of you were interested in what Russia was up to before 2014. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if Russia got on your radar only after the whole 2014 on 2022. That was a very famous incident. No clue. I'm gonna clue you in. It's my job to clue you in right now. Oh, wait! It has a whole Wikipedia article now. Never mind. We're just gonna go to the Wikipedia. It was such a big thing that it got a whole Wikipedia entry. And excellent. So we can really turn this into a bigger thing. It didn't botch it. It wasn't a botched rescue. What they did was on purpose. From their perspective, it was a success. Because the terrorists got killed. So it wasn't a botched rescue, it was a full success. How can you call it a botched rescue if, they did what they wanted to do? Now, if you're looking at it from the perspective of a state that would care about its citizens, then yes, it was a botched hostage rescue. But if you're looking at it from the perspective of the Russian state, then it was basically a successful operation, wasn't it? Let's take a look. The Moscow Theater hostage crisis, also known as the 2002 Nord-Ost siege, was the seizure of the crowded Dubrovka Theater by Chechen terrorists on 23rd October 2002, which involved 850 hostages and ended with Russian security services killing or causing the death of at least 170 people. The attackers, led by Movsar Barayev, by the way, just like to add well, I would say, interestingly enough, I might get heat for this. Okay, I might get heat for this opinion. What Israel is doing with Gaza is this on a bigger scale. Okay? What Israel is doing in Gaza is just this on a bigger scale. And you're gonna see why in a minute. Due to the layout of the theater, special forces would have had to fight through 30 meters of corridor and advance up a well-defended staircase before they could reach the hall in which the hostages were held. Damn. The theater audience was used as human shields by the terrorists, so the Russian state just had no choice but to, The attackers had numerous explosives, with the most powerful in the center of the auditorium. Spetsnaz operators from Federal Security Services, Alpha and Vimpel, supported by a Russian Ministry of Internal Affairs, SOBR unit, pumped a chemical agent into the building's ventilation system and began to rescue the rescue operation. How nice! So to translate this, the special forces began the rescue operation by pumping the theater full of gas. Yes, they gassed everyone, correct. All 40 of the insurgents were shot dead when unconscious, and up to 130 hostages died during the siege, including 9 foreigners, due to the toxic substance pumped into the theater. And this is a very important part of what I'm about to read to you. The identity of the gas was not disclosed at the time, although it was believed to have been a fentanyl derivative. A study published in 2012 concluded that it had been a mixture of carfentanil and remifentanil. The same study pointed out that in a 2011 case at the European Court of Human Rights, the Russian government stated that the aerosol used was a mixture of fentanyl, a derivative, and a chemical compound with a narcotic action. Oh, this is real. And also, to add to this little story, the paramedics were not able to properly help the hostages, the victims, because the special forces refused to disclose to them what kind of gas was used. So they were unable to administer proper treatment to people because they didn't know what they were dealing with, and they were not told. This is why so many people died, because the medics were refused the knowledge of what they were dealing with, so they had to treat it blind. Because it's Russia. Russia doesn't care. Russia never cared about its citizens. It should not be a shock to anyone. This like during the early debates, when some people try to in debates say that, oh, but Russia just wants to help denazify Ukraine, I was like, Russia doesn't care. Have we forgotten 2002 theater incident? Are we so quick to forget? If Russia gasses its own citizens, why would it care about Ukrainian people? Answer, riddle me this. Riddle me this, Batman. If Russia can't be asked to care about its own citizens, why would it care about the citizens of Ukraine? I'm surprised that so little. I'm surprised that basically nobody knows about this. It was such a big thing. It was such a huge. This was such a huge event. Just nobody knows about it. Well, we've learned about it today, so that's okay. Casualties. The number of estimated casualties varies wildly because many hostages remained unaccounted for and were not included in the official list. How interesting. Some estimates have put the civilian deaths toll at more than 200, with 204 names on the list, or even 300, including people who died during the year after the siege from complications from the poison gas. Oh, okay. Some former hostages and relatives of the victims claim that the death toll from the chemical agency is being kept secret. Not surprising. According to official numbers, 40 terrorists and about 130 hostages died during the raid or in the following days. My mother had an expression whenever something was worn out. She would say, "Give it to the Russians," because of how they did not look after their POWs in World War. So yeah, if you've enjoyed this, I guess pretty. That was a pretty. Mm, how should I say? Improvised, very spontaneous segment about the Russian soul, so-called Russian soul, the Russian spirit. Have been given a bit of a glimpse into how Russia has been operating for a long, long time. Hmm? How interesting. What are you saying, Captain Howdy? I don't know. What are you trying to tell me? I don't know. If you're in Russia and you see a weird training drill exercise being done by the police outside your window in your home or hotel, run. Yeah. Yeah. Russia. A state of mind. I guess the issue why people don't know about it is that the Russian government can put a lot of blame on them by essentializing it to their nation. I'm agreeing with you. Oh, I see. Thank you. Like, and there were people who saw it, who saw it fit to try to excuse the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Some big creators, big wonderful creators who said that Russia is just getting back its territory. Amazing stuff, isn't it? Yeah, I'm still shooting jabs at Hassan Piker Hassanabi. Ugh. Pretty amazing stuff. Do you know if right now Ukraine is advantaged in the war effort right now? I wouldn't say advantaged. From what I'm hearing, it's like a stalemate. But uh, there was a supposed leak about countries suggesting a peace talks, but I think that would be a horrible, horrible idea. Any idea that sort of tries to do any peace talks at this point that would give anything to Russia would be a horrible idea, in my opinion. Because that would be a Russia win. Any peace that would give anything to Russia now, that would basically be that could be counted basically as Russia winning, because Ukraine is devastated. All the damages were happening in Ukraine, um, and then what? Ukraine would give territory, and then what? Russia would just recuperate and attack again, because we know that would happen 100 billion%. And Russia would just be, oh, thank you for the territory. Now we can sort of, calmly build up and try again to get even more, until we get it all. Because we deserve it, because it's ours. And then we'll think of what to do next to our future neighbors. well, that's a thing that happens with Russia. It is behind, and then it sort of catches up. My little, my little hope, my little naive hope, was that this war would end like the infamous Japanese-Russian War, in which, how do I put it? Gosh, where am I? In which Russia got truly humiliated. That would have been so great. You know? So sometimes over time I have severe. Oh no, it's okay. If you don't mean, I know you mean no harm. It's okay. It's fine. I'm unfamiliar with the Russia-Japanese war. It was like a war between, like, before World War One. Russia beforehand was seen as a huge, powerful empire, and that was basically the first time when the powerful Great Russian Empire was exposed as a so-called empire on brittle legs. That it was very behind when it came to industrialization, that it was very behind when it came to the number of train tracks and many other important infrastructural things. And I really hoped that Russia would be also this time exposed as a brittle empire, and that it would have to back off Ukraine. So far, it has not happened. I still sort of. Mm. Russo-Japanese War, 1904 to 1905. The Russo-Japanese War uh, was fought between the Empire of Japan and the Russian Empire during the 1904 and 1905 over rival imperial ambitions in Manchuria and the Korean Empire. Was Father Gapon, who was killed for going slightly against the Tsar and laid foundation more or less socialism. It was also a big war between industrial countries, which was not that common at the time. Most wars after Napoleon were colonial wars, right? Although calling Russia of that time an industrial country would be a bit of a stretch. I'm not gonna lie. It would have been a bit of a stretch, considering how backwards Russia was compared to other industrialized countries. The major theaters of military operations were in Liaodong Peninsula and Mukden in southern Manchuria, and the Yellow Sea and the Sea of Japan. Russia sought a warm water port of the Pacific Ocean, both for its navy and for maritime trade. Vladivostok remained ice-free and operational only during the summer. Port Arthur, a naval base in Liaodong province, leased to Russia by the Qing dynasty of China from 1897, was operational year around. I mean, in comparison to East Africa, I guess. Russia had pursued an expansionist policy east of the Urals in Siberia and the Far East since the reign of Ivan the Terrible in the 16th century. Since the end of the First Sino-Japanese War in 1895, Japan had feared Russian encroachment would interfere with its plans to establish a sphere of influence in Korea and Manchuria. Seeing Russia as a rival, Japan offered to recognize Russian dominance in Manchuria in exchange for recognition of the Korean Empire as being within the Japanese sphere of influence. Russia refused and demanded the establishment of neutral buffer zone between Russia and Japan and Korea, north of the 39th parallel. The Imperial Japanese government perceived this as obstructing their plans for expansion into mainland Asia and chose to go to war. After negotiations broke down in 1904, the Imperial Japanese Navy opened hostilities in a surprise attack on the Russian Eastern Fleet at Port Arthur, China on 9 February 1904. Although Russia suffered a number of defeats, Emperor Nicholas II remained convinced that Russia could still win if it fought on. He chose to remain engaged in the war and await the outcomes of key naval battles. As hope of victory dissipated, he continued the war to preserve the dignity of Russia by averting a humiliating peace. Now that sounds very, very familiar, doesn't it? Damn. That sounds like something very typical. Russia ignored Japan's willingness early on to agree to an armistice and rejected the idea of bringing the dispute to the Permanent Court of Arbitration at The Hague. After the decisive naval battle of Tsushima, the war was concluded with the Treaty of Portsmouth. 5th September, 23rd August, 1905, mediated by U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt. The complete victory of the Japanese military surprised international observers. This is the Empire on Brittle Legs that I sort of hinted on. So the complete victory of the Japanese military surprised international observers and transformed the balance of power in both East Asia and Europe, resulting in Japan's emergence as a great power and a decline in the Russian Empire's prestige and influence in Europe. So that's like the Empire on Brittle Legs comment. Hello, Shakespeare. How are you? Hello, welcome. Oh my god, Shakespeare. Something really bad happened. You have time to come on and talk about it? As bad things have happened in Poland. And I'm not sure how to... I have been better. I've been a mixed bag. I've honestly been a mixed bag. It's been tough. It's been tough recently. But I'm doing my best. I try to do my best. I will respond to your old email, okay? I'm still thinking about the answer to your question. I have not forgotten. It's actually on my mind. So yes, let's finish up with this. Oh wow, it's in Polish. Oh wow. Wait. Where's the message? Where's the message? There's no message. I'm blocked. There's. It says I'm blocked. It says you blocked me. I cannot send or see any message. It says your message could not be delivered. This is usually because you don't have a shared server with the recipient. So it basically says that I'm blocked. The last message is from me on the October. Oh! Sorry. Tentrum Rudowski. Wow, your Polish is going. Your Polish is going forward. Damn. So yeah, Russia as the brittle leg thing. But since you're here, I wanna. Uh, Sizen. I don't know. I think it was a mistake. Apparently, it happens on Discord. Oh my goodness. Okay. I guess we did the Russian thing. We did the. We have a few other fascinating stories to go through. Yes, European officials broached the topic of peace negotiations. Apparently, that's a thing, but apparently, that's just, I don't know, a rumor, a leak, or whatever. So it's hard to take this. It is quite hard to take this seriously at the moment. There's this call for peace. Did you know? Have you heard about that? But there's also one other interesting thing that I want to take a look at. All right, I want to look at this. This looks very interesting and very true, by the way. Um, 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 um. Where is this from? This is from today, from just a few hours ago. Volodymyr Zelensky, in vulgar words. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. What brings you here to our little abode? How are you, fake Alec Kyle? Why are you booing me? Wait, hold on. Why are you booing me? Oh, I have to accept. I see. I've always been there. When I say boo, I mean like a spook. Okay, that's me. What? Who? Oh! HRT. Oh god. So yes, we have Zelensky here. Nie mogę w to uwierzyć. HRT. Oh my gosh, Captain Howdy, you should just join the page. Also, donate. Okay. Excellent. Let me check something real quick, okay? Mute. Unmute. Mute. Mute to. Um. Um. Uh. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Sweet news. Sweet news all around. All right. We're gonna go through this article. So, Zelensky, in a very brutal words, has talked about the Russian the Russian dictator. Ukraine is not ready to give up its freedom to that effing terrorist, he said. The leader of Ukraine also spoke about the situation at the front. On Sunday, Volodymyr Zelensky has given an interview to the NBC News. President of Ukraine has responded to. Oh, this is interesting because it basically addresses the whole Western powers are trying to make Ukraine to negotiate. So this is perfect. We're getting Zelensky's response to those sort of rumors. So President Zelensky has given his opinion about the tidings that the Western officials are trying to make Kyiv consider peace talks with Russia. There are a lot of voices all around. I've heard many opinions without any specific propositions. But at the moment, I have zero relationship with Russia, and they know where I stand, as in Russia knows where I stand. This is the stance of my country, our society. We do not want to have any dialogue, any peace talk with terrorists. And he said, in my opinion, the word of terrorists is worth nothing. True. Thank God. So thank goodness the rumors were squashed at the and at one point President Zelensky has aggressively attacked the Russian dictator. Ukraine is not ready to give up its freedom to this effing terrorist. That's all. Concluded Zelensky. I mean, we don't really need any more, do we? The situation on the front, Zelensky said, I do not believe that it is a pat situation. I do not believe that it is a stalemate situation. During the talks with the American station, Zelensky has disclosed, has revealed that Kyiv is considering a change in its military strategy. Our military is thinking about various different plans, various different strategies to move forward and give an unexpected strike to the Russian Federation, he stressed. He assured that the situation on the front is not that of a stalemate. He agreed that the Ukrainian progress is slow and that the army is tired because the conflict is dragging out. But he also added that the defenders, the Ukrainian people, are still much more motivated than the opponent, than the invader. Zelensky also accused Kremlin of having a role in the conflict in the Middle East through sponsoring Hamas and added that the whole world should do anything and everything in its power to stop the war in the Middle East. And that's it. I like this because I've been hearing these rumors about officials behind the scenes, sort of, kind of, trying to persuade Ukraine to make peace, give up some territory, you know, stop this war. But no, it's all complete and utter horse shit. Mm. There we go. There we have it. We're finished. We're done with this one. If you've enjoyed this, if you thought it was amazing, the fact that I've chosen to clumsily translate a Polish article rather than just go to an English one, which is readily and freely available, well, that just speaks to my character, doesn't it? I don't go the easy route. I don't choose the easy way. I choose the Lucy has a way of you know. So yes, bell, subscribe, whatever, whenever, do it if you want. If you don't, then that's... Oh, hello, Mnesenche, hello. How are you today? Mnesenche, oh God. You haven't been here for a while, have you? Or have you been here? I'm not sure. If you're new here, welcome. If you're not, then I apologize for forgetting about you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings by forgetting you. You know you're my favorite viewer. If you're not new. But if you're new, then maybe. I don't know. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry that I've been like this. My sincerest apologies to you personally. Okay, we have, I think we have something here. Whoa, wow. We've only been streaming for 1 hour, 30 minutes, and I've crammed I have condensed so many topics already. The Russian uh, expired food, um, the Russian-Japanese war, the Zelensky roasting Putin from a Polish article, even though I could have chosen an English article and just read it instead of doing the whole translating thing. You know me. I always choose the path of something, a weird path. Hmm? Huh? Yes. Let's just go to the next thing. Or it's not tally, blah, blah, blah. I think I've got one more. Oh, yes! This one's. Oh. This one has to be in Polish. There's no other. There's no other way. There's no other way to make it work. I can only provide this one through Polish article. Because it's about Poland. Wait, maybe I will. Okay, I will try to find an English article about this. Oh, God. Okay, it's not really. There is no English version of this particular news. There's none. Eto no de. Eh, uh, uh, how interesting. Anyway. Uh, I. Ay, ay, ay. I'm choosing to. There you go. I found it. I have found it for all of us. But mainly for you. Because you're my favorite. We're gonna need translating for this one. So, we need some lore. We need some deep lore. We need some deep lore explanation. So, where was the strategy? Where was the Polish 9/11? We're gonna have to talk about the Polish 9/11, quote unquote. Got an English wiki? There we go. The Smolensk air disaster, or as they call, as I call it, the Polish 9/11. Ready? I'm ready to show you. The favorite page of everyone here, the Wikipedia. Boom! We're here. And so, the plane crash, yes. On April 2010, a Tupolev Tu-154 aircraft operating Polish Air Force Flight 101 crashed near the Russian city of Smolensk, killing all 96 people on board. Keep in mind, that was the Law and Justice Party has turned this topic into a joke, into like a farce, this whole thing. But for example, both my parents lost a lot of friends on this particular flight. Yeah, that's why I call it the Polish 9/11, because of the US one. Isn't this now turned into a conspiracy theory by the Polish far right? Yes. Yes, it is. They say it was Russia. Yes. That's right, even though there's like zero evidence of that, but correct. That's why I said that they turned it into a farce. Into a joke. And also, the government was stupid enough to send all of its key government people in a single plane through the dangerous weather to land in a Russian city when the pilot said it's dangerous, we should just land somewhere else, and he was apparently pressured to land. And they landed and everybody was killed. So, among the victims were President of Poland Lech Kaczynski and his wife Maria, the former President of Poland in exile Ryszard Kaczorowski, the Chief of the Polish General Staff and the other senior Polish military officers, the President of the National Bank of Poland, Polish government officials, 18 members of the Polish Parliament, senior members of the Polish clergy, and relatives of victims of the Katyn massacre. Yes. Correct. Spa system. Yes, correct. The group was arriving from Warsaw to attend an event commemorating the 17th century of the massacre which took place not far from Smolensk. I think it was because... I'm pretty sure it was something ridiculous that some other politician went to pay his respects before. And they were like, we're going to send the whole government to pay our respects on this plane. We have to do it. We have to rush it. And we have to do it. It was like a big political move or something. Well, it didn't end well. So, the group of 17th anniversary of the massacre, which took place not far from Smolensk, the pilots were attempting to land at Smolensk North Airport, a former military airbase, in thick fog, with visibility reduced to about 500 meters, 1,600 feet. The aircraft descended far below the normal approach path until it struck trees, rolled, inverted, and crashed into the ground, coming to rest in a wooded area a short distance from the runway. Both the Russian and Polish officials' investigations found no technical faults with the aircraft and concluded that the crew failed to conduct the approach in a safe manner in the given weather conditions. The Polish authorities found serious deficiencies in the organization and training of the Air Force unit involved, which was subsequently disbanded. Several high-ranking members of the Polish military resigned following pressure from politicians and media. Various conspiracy theories have been circulated alleging that the plane had been deliberately brought down by the Russians in an act of political assassination, with these theories also typically alleging that the 2011 investigations constituted a cover-up and that the Polish government of the time, primarily controlled by the Civic Platform Party as opposed to Lech Kaczynski's Law and Justice Party, was complicit in or aware of the plot, or at least aided in the efforts to cover it up. Are you starting to see basically what's happening here with those conspiracy theories? Are you starting to... While neither of the 2011 investigations reported any evidence supporting these claims, with the Polish investigation also examining whether Russian air control failures were a contributory factor in the crash, the conspiracy theories are regularly promoted by the Law and Justice Party and its supporters in general, and by party leader Jarosław Kaczyński, twin brother of Lech Kaczyński, and deputy party leader Antoni Macierewicz. Antoni Macierewicz is an important sort of surname here because we're gonna get a new article. We're gonna get a new opinion of Antoni Macierewicz. So this conspiracy theory is sort of pandered by Antoni Macierewicz in particular. Please remember this name. Please remember this sentence about who's pandering the conspiracy theory the most. And we're given an official Wiener following the 2022 conclusion of a further investigation by the Polish government, which by then was being led by the Law and Justice Party. The new report did not produce any evidence that could conclusively challenge the 2011 reports and was later indicated to have been the subject of tampered evidence. And there was a special group formed to prove that it was a Russian assassination, and the group was led by Antoni Macierewicz, who basically is the top dog when it comes to the conspiracy theory. And now we are dealing with a whole new conspiracy theory, or rather, this does not even reach the level of a conspiracy theory. This is just a rambling of a... Just watch. Just watch, please. This is him. This is Antoni Macierewicz, the person that said that the whole plane crash was an assassination. Does he look friendly and trustworthy to you? Does that look like a trustworthy face? Would you trust this face? So, prepare yourselves, because this one's this one is something. I'm gonna get some water for this from the Suckland, the Museum of Communism. Okay, really brace yourselves. Antoni Macierewicz thinks that the loss of power by the Law and Justice Party will have gigantic consequences for the entire world. He suggested that the change in Polish politics is a risk of World War III breaking out. Okay? Oh, I saved this article. I saved this article for all of you as I drink my water from this communist cup. The Museum of Communism cup. I'm sipping the water. So, if law and justice loses power, it's World War III. Let's dive in. Let's see why. Let's see why. The law and justice, although it got the best sort of outcome in the parliamentary election as a single party, will not be able to stay in power. The party of Yaroslav Kaczynski does not have the necessary majority in order to form a coalition. Some politicians of this formation do not accept this outcome and form frightening scenarios or draft frightening scenarios. Antoni Macierewicz thinks that the loss of power by the Law and Justice Party is a threat to the entire world. So during the latest gathering of the Club of the Polish Press, the controversial politician said that the change of the government in Poland could be a big factor in the eruption of World War III. Who could have known that the Law and Justice Party was the last thin line dividing us from no World War III and the imminent eruption of World War III. Amazing stuff. But I guess that's not all. There's some more here we're gonna read. Boom. So, Antoni Macierewicz is trying to scare with threats of World War III. In that aspect, the United States of America are fully aware that if the Law and Justice Party falls, then the threat of a world war will be very, very real. Because Russia will attack Poland after it conquers Ukraine. So I guess in Antoni Maciarewicz's mind, it's already a settled thing. Ukraine is already out of the picture in this scenario. I guess the Law and Justice Party was the only thing keeping Ukraine from losing the war. So now that the Law and Justice Party is out, Ukraine will fall. Biden has said clearly, when that happens, the American army will have to take direct part in that war. And that could mean the start of World War III, said Macierewicz. So there you have it. Now that the Law and Justice Party has fallen, we already know most definitely that there will be a new government. The Law and Justice Party does not have any means to create any sort of desperate coalition. So yes, it's time now. It is time now for, without Law and Justice Party, of course, Ukraine will now fall and be conquered by Russia. And Poland's next. And then it's World War III. And that is where we are, I guess. But isn't Tusk more friendly to Zelensky than the current prime minister? This doesn't make sense. But at so many levels. Listen, you just don't understand the power, the brilliance, the influence of the Law and Justice Party. You just don't understand that the only thing that kept Ukraine from being absolutely conquered was the will, the grit, the bravery of the Law and Justice Party. Without it, Ukraine's free for grabs, basically. We of course we all know that. And then it's Poland. Because without the Law and Justice Party, Poland's basically up for grabs as well. We all know that. I know this. You know this. Especially you know this. We all know. So, all of you doomsday preppers have better start, I don't know, stocking on cans and toilet paper because, and prepare a bunker in the forest. And stock food because World War III is coming to get you. Okay? Be safe. Law and justice is no more in this land. Pasta socks. Stock pasta socks. Not pasta socks. Pasta stocks. Yes, prepare them. You're right. You are in fact correct. No law, no justice. It's basically anarchy at this point. Toilet paper is important. It is. That's why I told you to stock it. You know, since COVID, that runs out first. I mean, the Soviet bloc has experienced the toilet paper. The Soviet bloc has experienced the toilet paper thing before. So for countries of the old Soviet bloc, the toilet paper thing is not exactly a new rodeo to go through, is it, Carasso? Soviet bloc has had its toilet paper arc before. So for places in Eastern Europe, the toilet paper situation of COVID was not a new and shocking development. I have to look it up, actually. Because I'm pretty sure that at some point in Poland it was even worse than with COVID. Um, Well, Poland had a big problem with in the God. It was like, the martial law period. I'm gonna translate. How we craved toilet paper. I'm gonna translate this sentence because it's pretty funny. How we craved the toilet paper. Not too Ukrainian. 7 Rolls of Desire is a witty tale from the communist era when toilet paper was obtained and worn hung around the neck like a garland. You could also get it by bringing scrap paper to the collection center. For 10 kilograms, you were due a roll of paper. So there you have it. Poland did have indeed a special relationship to toilet paper at some point in the Polish People's Republic era. Amazing. So COVID was in a way a nostalgic trip to the past. It was this blast from the past, nostalgia rush, sort of, I guess. Look, I have my pens here. The Ukrainian one and the Yiddish one. People keep assuming that I'm Ukrainian. Like I still remember how excited the person during the conference about genocide, the mistakes of the the wasted lessons of the Holocaust. That was the conference that I've attended, and one of the speakers was to speak of the Russian genocidal project and the war in Ukraine. And I met the speaker during dinner before he was about to speak. And I sort of asked them a few questions. I said, in my opinion, what's happening in Ukraine constitutes a genocide. We spoke in Polish, of course. And his eyes lit up. A smile appeared on his face as he told me, I get it. You are Ukrainian. And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not Ukrainian, actually. But I still believe it. I still believe this to be genocide, what's happening. I was like, oh, disappointed that I'm not Ukrainian. I said, oh, okay. Well, it depends on the definition of genocide that you use. But did add that he agrees with me, so I guess that's good. I guess that part is good, that he agreed that it is. There was another day when I was mistaken for a Ukrainian. On the bus, I met a middle age, well, maybe not. You look 50 plus. 55, maybe 60. A 50 plus year old Ukrainian man on the bus. He was talking to me in Ukrainian. We talked about the situation in Ukraine. I responded in Polish. And he sort of also assumed I was Ukrainian. Although some of the things that he said were a bit, Because he sort of very weirdly for a person from Ukraine hinted that the thing is a little bit NATO, which I'm like, is it though? Is it? Is it really? I don't think it is. And then we bonded finally over the topic that is uncontroversial, which was, of course, the fact that Ukraine should be getting a lot more aid and a lot faster. So our conversation ended on a positive note without any NATO shenanigans. But yes, I've been declared Ukrainian twice in my career. In my professional career of a civilian living my life in Poland. Also, weirdly enough, throughout the years, I've also been declared a foreigner by Polish people. I was once waiting on a bus for a night bus home, and two Polish dudes came up to me and started chatting me up for some reason. And then one of them said, "Oh, you're a foreigner, right? Where are you from?" I was like, "Foreigner? What do you mean?" "I'm from here. I'm from Warsaw. I'm from Warsaw." And we're like, "Really? That's weird. Your Polish is a bit weird. You have a weird accent in Polish. So we assumed you were a foreigner." I'm like, "Weird accent? In Polish? Me?" They're like, "Yeah. You speak weirdly. So we assumed you were a foreigner." So that happened. That was part of my living experience. Also, I once went. I've also been spontaneously Germanized on occasion. Also, I once went to the old town with Huen, my best friend who's Vietnamese. And we were walking, and she talked with. We sort of stopped to talk with a shopkeeper of some, I don't know, souvenir store. No, she chatted us up first, okay? She went up to Huen, who again is Vietnamese, and she addressed her in Polish and chatted her up in Polish. And then at some point pointed at me and asked, "So, does she talk any Polish at all?" I was like, "Huh? Sorry?" That's a bit of a weird. That's a bit of a weird one. But it happened. Maybe I have this look on my face. Maybe I just, when I listen, maybe I have this blank expression of not understanding anything. And since the person was like, So does she speak any Polish? And Huan was like, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. What an experience, huh? What a what a what a blast. Ugh. What a joke. Isn't it? Hmm? Hmm. I am growing uneasy. I am growing uneasy. Huh. Uh, uh, okay. Fascinating. All right then. Let us continue. Boom. How is everyone? How are you, and you, especially you? I think you're all okay. I think I'm okay. Let me check something. Hmm. Let's see. Are you ready for this? Am I ready for it? Let me put on something very nice. No, I don't care about that. No, not this. Premium. The transition. Gold. Hello, Weeb Grinder. Welcome. Not sure I recognize your name. Weeb Grinder. But join the page nevertheless. It's never too late for you to join the page. It's never too late. It's never too... failed. They didn't properly hook up the dryer exhaust when they cleaned the vent, so now it's venting in washer dryer compartment. Not my problem. I'm moving soon. Wait, what happened? Sorry? I'm sorry, what? Oh. Oh no. What a development. I guess we're watching Vosh again.
This was one of the most
I guess this Vosh we're gonna watch.
this was one of the most painful things I've ever written.
I guess this Vosh we're gonna watch till the end of time. What a shock. I'm really shocked and surprised to hear that Zionists hate non-Zionist Jewish people. Are you as surprised as I am about this development? How is this possible? How is this even possible in the year 2023? I don't believe it. Okay, I'm putting these on. Let's listen to what Vaush has to say. Vaush is lying. That's obviously not true.
But these are things that have to be said. We can no longer consider Jews who align themselves with the murderers of Jewish babies part of the Jewish people.
Wait, hold on.
These are things that have to be said. We can no longer consider Jews who align themselves with the murderers of Jewish babies part of the Jewish people.
Oh! Oh, snap! What a development. Jewish people not being seen as Jewish people. I am so shocked in my position. I'm so surprised in my position of not being fully accepted and yet getting full anti-Semitism still. So shocked.
Cool.
Cool indeed. So cool.
Editor's note, no longer part of us. While they may still technically be Jewish due to their parentage or conversion, while they may lead superficially Jewish lives,
Superficially Jewish lives. Superficially Jewish lives. Imagine, if you will, this hypothetical person who was born in an Orthodox family. Let's go further. The hypothetical person decided to dedicate all of their life to studying the Torah, going through the thing. The life is, full on Orthodox life. Just sit there and read the commentaries and etc. And they happen to be pro-Palestine. I guess that makes their life superficially Jewish. By that logic, they're being superficially Jewish.
we can no longer consider them part of Klal Yisrael. I assume that means, I don't know, something. I guess like typical fascist rhetoric from people.
Ay, ay, ay. But we've known this for a while now, that people who do not align perfectly with the state of Israel will be excluded from Jewishness. We know that's a thing.
People who don't actually believe in Judaism on a religious level, but use it entirely as like an ethnic political hammer that they can use to forge allegiances. It's like this is a very common thing. The bad Jew is like something that Ben Shapiro invokes all the time against Jewish people who aren't also like rabid and fascists. This is most commonly expressed by people for whom the religious element of Judaism is almost entirely irrelevant. They're purely using it as a political block. You see the same thing with Christians.
Keep in mind that it's a bit more complicated than that. There existed a lot of secular Jewish people, like the Bone, the Socialist, etc. So it's
Like the idea of somebody not being
and they were Jewish, so it gets a bit more complicated.
a real Christian, usually from people who treat Christianity purely as like a hardline political tool and not actually as a matter of faith. And that's not surprising. I mean, technically, most of the
Because being Jewish is not just a matter of faith in Judaism. That's a whole other thing, but it's factual. But it's also not a racial designation, if that makes sense. It's a bit more complicated than that.
people who are Jewish by association aren't even religiously Jewish. Like there are lots of culturally Jewish agnostic
There you go. He said it. So there, I don't have to say it anymore. He said it.
Jewish, whatever, play people. But it is kind of a reminder that when people say that like Israel
Okay, yeah.
is meant to be a safe place for Jews, or Israel is meant to be like the place, the homeland for Jews, like
Well, that did not pan out exactly now, did it?
there's one community that is for them or whatever. I guess it's just a reminder that when they say Jews, they don't mean all Jews. Like right now, as we speak, Israeli police are like cracking down on and brutalizing Orthodox Jews. And
We saw videos from this. We saw videos of this like last stream. So we know this is happening.
that one neighborhood in Israel where they aren't Zionists, they very, very, very frequently shit talk, non-Zionist Jews and insinuate or outright state they're not actually part of the Jewish community and that the homeland
Yeah.
isn't for them. And if a safe Jewish homeland, your membership of it is contingent upon you being politically aligned with Israel,
With Zionism, then it's not really a safe place for you. It's just not. And the whole notion that Jewishness can be granted and taken away, it's actually a very anti-Semitic notion.
in every like way. That's not really like a safe space for Jews. That's just a safe space for Zionists.
Yes.
And it's not like a Christian Zionist wouldn't be safe in Israel, right? So at that point, you're not really even talking.
Yes, that's... Yeah, Christian Zionism is a thing. It originated in Great Britain. Because, of course, it originated in Great Britain. Of course it did.
Talking about Jewish people being safe. Since Zionism is the belief that the state of Israel should be like protected and preserved, at that point, the only thing Israel is a state that's safe for people who believe that that state should be safe for them. And that has
Yes.
nothing to do with Judaism. Like the Zionism, the radical belief that a nation state should
I mean, Zionism was never tied closely to Judaism to begin with. Yes, there were some forms of it that were religious in a way, but Zionism primarily was a political project of forming a nation state, not a religious one.
exist, so distinguished from every other nation state and every other kind of nationalism in existence. If all Israel is a safe place for people who like Israel, then that's just any other like autocratic, nationalistic, borderline ethno state.
Yes, correct.
And this is a reminder, I guess, of their priorities. Normal editorial waffling, don't care. At the time, I was struck by the realization that, in speaking about Israel, Joan Rivers, who appears to have visited the Jewish state only once in her life, repeatedly used the words us and we. Joan Rivers understood something profound about Jewish identity, and consciously or not, she taught us all a valuable and timely lesson, I wrote in a tribute marking her Shloshim, the 30th day following her passing. Okay? Drawing on various rabbinic texts, I explained that Judaism has long considered those who separate themselves from the broader Jewish community to be utterly despicable. That's a cool thing to just say and believe and advocate for. Like, no ambiguity there. According to the Talmud in Tractate Rosh Hashanah, they are condemned to hell. Do Jews even believe in hell? Gehenna. The Hebrew Bible refers to it. Hold on. Historic valley surrounding ancient Jerusalem from the west and southwest that has acquired various theological connotations, including as a place of divine punishment in Jewish eschatology. Okay? So, divine punishment and hell are two different things. Eschatology? Okay. Saying Gehenna is hell is very disingenuous. Yeah, I think this is another thing that Israeli fascists will do. It's that they will frame their...
It is very interesting because Zionism is, while Zionism is not a religious project inherently, the leaders of the State of Israel will very often invoke religious arguments. In their speeches, in their rationale or of doing things. Oh, we need to fulfill the prophecy. Oh, we need to do this. We need to do that. We need to... You get the picture.
Just divine justifications for their fascistic behavior in Christian terms, because they know that they're not really appealing to Judaism here. They're just appealing to religious fascism, and they need Christians on board with that. Like, you'll see this all the time. Ben Shapiro does it constantly. Dennis Prager does it constantly. Netanyahu.
I mean, Ben Shapiro is almost as semi-Christian at this point, but that's a whole different topic, isn't it? Like, Ben Shapiro's Judaism is very dubious at this point, isn't it? Sort of. Yeah, I think it is.
And all of the like soulless evil Zionists who pollute the the like mainstream media publications, they'll constantly do this equivocation, like appealing to evangelicals things, because they know like that's where their support is. Yeah, the term Judeo-Christian values is insane.
Judeo-Christian values. From Ben Shapiro, the faithful Jewish person, Judeo-Christian values. What a joke. What a joke.
Insane. You guys realize Christians were killing Jews for like 2,000 years. Like, everything bad that's happened for the majority of history, Jews were safer in Muslim countries than they were in Christian countries.
I mean, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was a big exemption from this, and the Kingdom of Poland before. Considering how it was considered a haven for Jewish people and how the Jewish community has enjoyed a golden age within it. That's a term, the golden age of Jewish people within the Polish.
The history of Europe is a history of anti-Semitism. The Holocaust was done by Christians. Like, so then for them to turn around and for a bunch of like Jewish fascists to be like, hey, it's actually our Judeo-Christian values, you know, like it's so obviously like, because like Ben Shapiro doesn't give a shit about Judaism. Dennis Prager doesn't give a shit about.
True. Oh, so true. Ben Shapiro and Judaism. No, those don't really match.
Judaism. This guy doesn't give a shit about Judaism.
I care about Judaism.
Nazis weren't Christian, but the point stands. Nah, there were tons of Christian Nazis, and they're absolutely a part of like Christendom broadly. Shouldn't it be Judeo-Christian Islamic values? Well, they're all Abrahamic religions. They were Catholic broadly. Well, Catholic is Christian.
True.
In his seminal work, the Mishneh Torah.
What a strange thing to say. Of course, Catholic is Christian. Just like Jewish people for Jesus are also Christian. Don't at me. Don't even try. Don't even try those weird tricks with me.
Maimonides went on to describe what a separation looks like. One who separates himself from the community, even if he does not commit a transgression, but only holds aloof from the congregation of Israel, does not fulfill religious precepts in common with his people, shows himself indifferent when they are in distress, and does not observe their fast, but rather goes his own way, as if he were one of the nations and did not belong to the Jewish people. Such a person has no share in the world to come.
So basically, the majority of Jewish people in Poland before World War II who were anti-Zionist? What is the implication of this exactly? I'm becoming very worried.
I mean, if you want to pull like just random texts from any
They were still victims of the Holocaust. They were treated as Jewish people, but I guess according to Israel, all of those people were just superficially Jewish and not really. So
from like any specific piece of religious literature or any like any rabbi or whatever. Oh, wrong thing to click on. Wait, where? There. If you wanted to do that, you can make basically any point that you wanted to religiously. Just does everyone see what a transparent attempt this is to essentially enforce an
yes, I can.
Authoritarian in-group out-group dynamic? You are not one of us unless you believe in all of our like political, unless you are fully on board with our genocide of Palestinian people, you are like excommunicated from this religion basically. It's so weird to do.
How does that happen? Like, I cannot believe this. In fact, Jewish people throughout history were sort of, in a way, branded with being Jewish. It was, in many cases, impossible not to be Jewish. Even if, in Spain, for example, even when Jewish people converted to Christianity, they were still treated as Jewish people who were pretending to be Christian, to infiltrate Christianity. And now Israel is like basically, no, you're out, you're not Jewish anymore. We exclude you from the club.
The whole Judeo-Christian thing instead of Abrahamic. Yeah, but Abrahamic would include Islam, which they don't want to do.
True.
Basically, it's like a very specific line of like conservative Jewish thought where they believe the only way to live safely in the world is to just go along with the Christians. It doesn't matter how obviously Nazi the Christians are getting, as long as they're in line with the Christians, they'll be safe. Ben Shapiro is a clear example of this because before Donald Trump became the 2016 Republican primary candidate, Ben Shapiro made jokes and talked about how a bunch of Trump supporters were Nazis. He like constantly, I shouldn't say constantly, but he was very clear in it. The idea that like Donald Trump had this weird like upsurge of populist Nazis.
The Jerusalem Post writes this. The Jerusalem Post.
Support. And Ben Shapiro pointed that out. And then Donald Trump became the main Republican guy, and Ben Shapiro hasn't talked about it in 7 years. Instantly, he shut up about it. And then when Christchurch happened, when everything else happened following that, what did Ben Shapiro do? He towed the party line. Because at the end of the day, like, Ben Shapiro doesn't like Nazis, right? Because he's not stupid. He knows what...
I mean, I would hope so. I would hope... I sure hope he doesn't.
Nazis in power would mean for him. He's a smart guy as much as he lies. But he also believes fundamentally, like, so he is authentically a fascist, which already puts him in spitting distance of Nazi ideology to begin with. But he also believes...
That's true. And it is very telling, by the way. I've started reading quite a nice book on the history of Israel. It is very telling when an author who admits to being biased favorably towards Israel writes that the rule of Netanyahu is an example of no nation being immune to fascism. An author that is favorably biased towards Israel just straight up calls Netanyahu a fascist. That should tell you something. That should be a little bit of a sign.
Believes that like his bet for safety and power is just living under the shadow, under the wing of Christian hegemon. You know, Dennis Prager does the same thing. Netanyahu did a Holocaust revisionism. Well, yeah, the
Of course, he said that Hitler never wanted to kill anybody.
leadership of Israel also really aren't that Jewish. Like, seriously, they're not. Like, they're not Jewish, really. The same reason that, like, the Ayatollah isn't really Islamic. Like, they use religion.
I mean, Netanyahu is Jewish. Like it or not. He comes from a Jewish family in the Congress Kingdom of Poland.
To justify their power, but that's it. Like, Donald Trump uses Christian fascism as the thrust of many of his political talking points. Even if he doesn't say it out loud, he definitely at least alludes to it. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about Christianity. Religion, historically, for the most part, with the
like being Jewish is not just about actively being, practicing Jewish principle of Judaism. But I guess Vaj did say that as well earlier, so...
exception of a few, I don't know, mad kings and emperors or whatever, this is really getting into the no true Scotsman territory? No, it really isn't. When we talk about what motivates people's behavior, people who are authentically motivated by religious belief, like, that shit is just not happening at the upper level. How many times have you seen world leaders...
You don't need to be... you don't need to be motivated by religious belief to be Jewish. You can be a secular Jewish person. That's a thing.
suddenly act like disparate to their geopolitical interests, disparate...
But then again, yes, it doesn't change the fact that people in charge in Israel who don't really believe in any of what Judaism teaches still invoke Judaism nonstop in their speeches, slogans, policy, etc. So it's true. It is definitely true in that regard.
To their previous behavior because of some like religious epiphany or out of some like religious abstemiousness. It doesn't really happen. Like the Ayatollah will do or say whatever he wants, and just conveniently Islam justifies whatever he wants. Netanyahu will do or say whatever he wants, and just conveniently Judaism justifies whatever he wants. American...
True. Okay, that's true. Yeah.
Christian fascists will do or say whatever they want, and just like look at like evangelical mega pastors. Does anyone see
evangelical mega pastors? That's a pretty American thing, isn't it? Evangelical mega pastors
seriously believe people like Kirk Copeland give a shit about the Bible or Jesus Christ? Maybe in some deluded megalomaniacal way they think that because they're like sent by God to enlighten the flock, they think anything they do or believe must necessarily be divine. But like in an authentic sense, like genuine behavioral motivation, that's just Cope. That's Cope from Copeland, you know? I think it's important to understand, like, there are people who believe in religion, and then there are people who believe religion can help them achieve a goal. Which religion is the most susceptible to becoming fascistic? All of them equally. I don't think there's any relationship, really, between the text of a religious work and, like, how people treat it or how people behave. I think there's almost no connection. We call these critics un-Jews because they believe the only way to fulfill the Jewish mission of saving the world with Jewish values is to undo the ways most actual Jews do Jewishness.
I'm sorry, what? We call these critics un-Jews because they believe the only way to fulfill the Jewish mission of saving the world with Jewish values is to undo the way most actual Jews do. Huh? What the? I don't even know.
Sharansky and Troy wrote, they are not ex-Jews or non-Jews because many of them are and remain deeply involved Jewishly, despite their harsh descent. For many of these un-Jews, so this is like depersonalization and dehumanization in the most like obvious fundamental way. The public and communal staging of their anti-Israeli and anti-Zionist beliefs appears to be the badge of a superior form of Judaism, stripped of the unsavory and unethical, ethnocentric and colonialist baggage. Dude, it's so...
I mean,
so overt. He's like, look at these bad Jews who are acting the way they are, despite...
what the hell? I guess I'm fake. I guess that makes me fake, huh? Oh, that's Vosh's Clip Studio. I thought it was mine for a second. I was like, wait, I have Clip Studio open? Why do I have Clip Studio open? That's... Hello. Hey, why the hey? What happened? Why the hey? I'm the only fraud here. I honestly don't know how to respond to that. I honestly don't know.
being authentically Jewish in an effort to rid themselves of the taint of quote-unquote ethnocentrism or colonial. Like, look, yeah, maybe those are actually bad things. Like, maybe.
Maybe yes. Maybe they are. Indeed. Holy moly. Holy crap.
What the... Thank you. I keep seeing people who say, ostensibly leftists, who say Islam is uniquely incompatible with democracy. Yeah, total bullshit. Total shit. 100% bullshit.
True. I guess I will just add to this. That is true. Vouch is correct on this one.
Muslims presided over the Islamic Golden Age and granted the world light. You know,
oh wow, I thought of the same example, actually. The Golden Age of Islam. In Spain, I believe.
Christians presided over the fucking Enlightenment. You know, I don't know as much about India, but I know for an absolute fucking fact that India did a lot of insane shit for a while. Like everyone think it's like a historical bias. Like if you want to point to any particular point in history, you can make any group of people look really good or really bad. The truth is that like any group can be anything. You know, it's all historical circumstances. It's all, as a Marxist might say, material conditions that dictate whether or not people are, you know, colonizers or scientists, you know, heroes or villains. What was that? Fucking ad block flash?
Villains.
They went on to describe...
And the circumstances for Jewish people for the longest time made them, or rather us, scholars. This weird way of deflection by calling people fake reminds me of a poem of Heine where he makes fun of how crimes are always blamed on foreigners. To make people shut their mouth, they always have to call people actually foreign because they can't handle criticism. Yes.
Quote, un-Jews throughout the ages, from the Roman general Tiberius Julius Alexander, a nephew of the noted Jewish philosopher Philo, who was Titus's second in command during the siege of Jerusalem in 70 CE, to members of the Evreiskaya Siksia, the Jewish division of the Communist Party. Wow! Who could have guessed that this weird ethno-theocentric purge of quote-unquote bad Jews would come back around to denouncing communists? What an astonishing surprise. Who eagerly participated in the erasure of Judaism in the Soviet Union while promoting sanitized ideals of social justice.
What about the Bund in Poland before World War II? What about all the socialist and communist groups, parties, associations, organizations that existed within the not that small 3.5 million Jewish community in Poland. What about those? They didn't try to erase Judaism. They didn't try to promote quote unquote sanitized ideals of social. Where did that come from? Holy crap, where did that come from? Sanitized ideals of social justice. I see. What the actual...
Sanitized ideals of social justice. It's so fucking overt. Also added to this list of bad Jews were the communist Jews who promoted social justice in the Soviet Union.
Holy crap. I actually made a little translation of it because I do find it funny and try to keep current if anyone in chat wants to look. Thank you. I've clicked the link.
One of the most prominent un-Jews was Rosa Luxemburg.
Oh. I mean, she did sort of distance herself from Jewish culture in general, but calling her an un-Jew is just ridiculous.
One of the best people to have ever lived. In 1917, when a friend expressed concern about the plight...
I mean, she had some bad takes. Let's not glorify people too much here. Yeah, Rosa Luxemburg had many very good opinions and takes, especially on the Soviet Union. But she had her bad takes as well.
Of Jews threatened by pogrom, Luxemburg's response was scathing. She said, "I have no room in my heart for Jewish suffering," she raged. "Why do you pester me with Jewish troubles? I feel closer to the wretched victims of the rubber plantations of Putumayo or the Negroes in Africa. I have no separate corner in my heart for the ghetto." Almost guaranteed that if I found this quote, she would be saying, "I have no particular love for Jewish people. I have love in my heart for all people."
It's not as simple as that. It is true that Rosa Luxemburg actively tried to distance herself from Jewishness, so to speak. That's actually correct. Nobody's perfect. Come on, yeah, Rosa Luxemburg was great, but nobody is perfect in every single aspect of their whole existence. People can have bad opinions, people can have bad takes and still be overall better than worse. Nobody's perfect and excellent on every front.
As a matter of fact, only place I can find this quote is from the Jerusalem Post article that we're looking at right now. Let me see if I can, okay, another Jerusalem Post article from 2008. Cool. A Tablet magazine article called The Un-Jews, which also refers to that same quote. Another Jerusalem Post article from 2013. Dude, does this quote exist outside?
I mean, I can look for it in Polish. Because Rosa Luxemburg actually also happened to be Polish, so I could look for this quote in Polish. That's no problem for me. What is my keyboard setting? Polish. Róża Luksemburg nie ma w moim sercu miejsca dla żydowskiego cierpienia. We'll see if anything comes up. Oh, wow. Okay. Vosh was actually correct. Okay, Vosh was actually correct. We are looking at a Polish quote and Vosh is correct. So I guess if Vosh does not found the quote, if Vosh doesn't find an alternative quote, then actually I don't know, someone can timestamp this and I don't know, send this to Vosh. Whoop. Because as it turns out, Vosh is actually correct. What is this? Uh, yeah. Okay, so this is from a letter that Rosa Luxemburg wrote to a friend. So the quote is from a letter. We're adding context to this whole thing. Let me see. Or actually, it's an article about Rosa Luxemburg defending democracy or something, which, to be fair, she was known to do. I'm gonna translate the. I'm gonna translate the. There you go. So there's a letter in which Rosa wrote to her female friend Martha Rosenbaum, in which we read, "Where are you trying to go with individual suffering of Jewish people? I do not reserve a special place in my heart for the ghetto. I am at home everywhere I go, where pariahs live, where suffering exists." Wow. The quote is a bit different, isn't it? Holy moly. That quote is so different from the Israeli. Oh God. That quote became so twisted. Oh my God. So there you go. Vosh was correct. We found the quote in Polish. Unfortunate. Wait, what am I doing? How unfortunate that there are actually alternative language sources for these sort of things. How unfortunate. I wonder if Vosh is going to arrive at the
Strange illness of Jewish anti-Semitism. Rosa Luxemburg, prominent Bolshevik and Jew flu victim. Jewish Chronicle, Haaretz, the Jewish Chronicle, Observer, Do Jewish Lives... Can I get a quote from this that isn't from any of these guys, please?
You need to clip me translating the quote from Polish and send it to Vaush to get me some of that Vaush clout or something. You need to do it for the sake of truth and justice. See? Now you see now why it's worth watching Lucy Haze.
Here, thank you. Oh my
Oh,
god.
there you go. He was given the quote.
You can tell this quote's been on their mind for a while. Jesus.
Well, now he's about to learn the actual quote that we've just seen. Polish. She was Polish. She wasn't really German. She really liked Germany, but she wasn't German.
Quotes explained. Nice website. This well-documented quote was written by Rosa to her friend Mathilde.
There you go. Letter written to a friend.
Worm, or Worm, I guess, from prison in her response to her complaints about virulent anti-Semitism sweeping Eastern Europe is an arresting one made by the legendary Polish Marxist political and philosopher Rosa Luxemburg from prison cell. The quote in full is below. I'm not saying the N-word again, okay? Oh, no. Oh, in this one they say blacks of Africa. Ooh.
It doesn't. What do you want with the special Jewish? With the individualized.
Really flipping the script here. With whose bodies the Europeans play ball. I have no special corner in my heart for the ghetto. I am at home in the entire world where there are clouds and birds and human tears. Unfortunately for Rosa, and perhaps others sympathetic to the communist cause, that did not happen. Luxemburg advocated for a Marx-type...
I like the Polish quote better.
...rising in the following quote, which would ultimately end her political career in life. There is only one solution to the tragedy in which Russia is caught up, an uprising at the rear of German imperialism, the German mass rising, which can signal the international revolution to put an end to this genocide. At this fateful moment, preserving the honor of the Russian Revolution is identical with vindicating that of the German proletariat international socialists. And then she was executed. By the way, the people who executed her were the people who then went on to support the Nazis later on. It's just very funny to me.
What a shock.
So this quote is very clearly her saying she cares about all groups and all their
Yes.
suffering. Like, that's the only reason.
Correct. It was made even more clear in Polish, by the way.
Way to interpret it. But the Freikorps, yeah, basically were just like proto-Nazis in political allegiance. It seems particularly disgusting to me to say like, oh, yeah, Rosa Luxemburg was an un-Jew. Here's a quote of her saying that she loves all people equally, and she was murdered by people who then went on to back the Nazis. Like, dog. She literally died trying to keep Germany from turning into the Germany that killed 6 billion Jews. Rosa Luxemburg...
Million, not billion. Let's not get over, like...
Luxemburg wasn't just any random communist Jew. She was the, like... She was like the forward advocate of the other path Germany could have taken. Did I say 6
Correct.
billion?
You did say 6 billion.
Maybe 6 billion. Yeah, you're anti-Semitic if you say 6. It's 6 billion actually. No, 6 million Jews. Yeah, she was the communist Jew. Does anyone else agree that's insanely fucking anti-Semitic? Like,
Yes, I do
if
agree with
anybody
that,
could
yeah.
have taken Germany down a different path, made Germany anything other than what it turned out to be.
It was so tragic that she was hit in the head with a gun and then shot in the head or something. I think that's how it basically went, from what I've read.
Would have been her. And they killed her for it.
Yes.
And now here, like, in an article written today, Jerusalem Post is like, actually, she was a bad Jew because she cared for the suffering of all people equally. She's like Jesus. Rosa Luxemburg was like Jesus, I agree. Though she might disagree. Well, wait, Jesus was a Jew.
It's true, he was.
Actually, Rosa Luxemburg was not a self-hated Jew. Yeah, Rosa Luxemburg was a remarkable woman.
Rosa Luxemburg was not a self-hating Jewish person, but definitely did want to distance herself from the wider culture.
Talked about her on stream before, but she's one of my like big dub mega heroes in terms of like historical figures. She was one of the
Interesting. Maybe I should do a thing on... I wanted to do a thing on Rosa Luxemburg. That's true. That is within my plans to cover. We should do it.
few communists of her time smart enough to realize that there was a genuine threat of like
Also, she was super which is why she gets some criticism. She was super anti-Polish independence, just so you know. She said that Polish people should just work within the Russian Empire to make the empire more benevolent and better for minorities like Polish people, and that Polish people shouldn't have a separate country, actually. That's a big criticism that Rosa Luxemburg catches. As you can imagine, especially from Polish people. So yes.
Sort of authoritarian statist takeovers, and like Vanguard Party nonsense, interfering with communism.
So she did say that certain minorities, like Polish people, Ukrainian people, etc., should just sort of try to make the Russian Empire more nice and sort of, I'm simplifying, but should make it more like for the minorities to sort of be able to emancipate themselves within the empire, something like that.
Communist revolutionary,
and that fighting for a separate Poland, Ukraine, blah blah. She focused on saying that fighting for an independent Poland is a horrible idea and doomed to fail.
Can we simp? Yes. I don't want to read any more of this. Isn't she the best rep for libertarian socialism? Probably. The best historical rep, at least. Self-hating X is always a right-wing dog whistle. That's true. Almost always. Yes, almost always. I do think there are instances where it's like, where there's some value to it.
Bausch.
But, like, there's some analysis, there's some value to it, but overwhelmingly people who care about the whole self-hating thing, the reason they care about the self-hating thing, the reason fascists are always trotting that one out, self-hating white, self-hating man, the reason they love going down that road is because to fascists, because politics is a matter of insecurity, primarily sexual insecurity, the idea of politics of self-hatred is repugnant to them in a way that other things aren't. It's like ideologically repulsive to them. The idea of, yeah, it's a kind of self-cuckoldry, really. And because cuckoldry is the main thing fascists care about.
I see.
Not joking when I say that. I really do believe that fascism fundamentally is about sexual insecurity.
Okay.
Because cuckoldry is the main thing they think about. The idea of being a kind of ideological self-cuckold, politically, it's repulsive to them in a way that extends beyond any like sensible utilitarian analysis. It's bad to them in a different kind of way.
I see.
People call Blair White
I understand now.
Self-hating trans woman. So Blair White isn't a self-hating trans woman because Blair White just happens to be like a conservative.
Have you seen the Wiki panel about posters? No. Should I?
Whatever. Blair White is a self-hating trans woman because there is literally dozens of hours of her saying vile shit about herself, up to and including like calling herself a man. That's why I said I don't want to entirely denounce the idea of calling people self-hating.
Jeez. Okay, I'm not gonna call myself a man. Don't worry. Oh goodness. Goodness gracious.
Because sometimes people literally just do hate themselves. But when I say, like, Blair White is a self-hating trans woman, I mostly think it's pathetic and, like, self-defeating and, like, a token for the opposition to use. I don't think of it as some kind of, like, fundamental rejection or, like, some kind of, like, some like, natural self-cuckoldry. It doesn't occupy my mind the same way the idea of self-hating whites occupies the mind of far-right people. Because that's all they fucking talk about, you know? I guess to cap it off, I'll say this, okay? I do think that Blair White is a self-hating trans person, but my analysis of her and my like arguments against her don't really rely on that belief. I could stop saying it and stop believing it, and it wouldn't really fundamentally change anything that I say about her or like her arguments. Whereas the idea of the self-hating white person is fundamental to fascist and Nazi rhetoric. It's not just like an incidental thing that they notice and point out while making their arguments. It is literally the bedrock point of their arguments about, like, that's why they always use the term Western suicide rather than like
Oh.
you know, like immigration or whatever. All their entire
Western. It's his most. Oh God.
like political
What panel?
ethos is built around the idea that whites are destroying themselves in an act of like cuckoldry and self-hatred. Okay, I'm rambling enough. All right,
Yes,
yeah.
enough.
Yeah, by self they don't mean the individual. They mean
Finish it off, Vaush. That's enough. Have a game to win.
the racial group. That's a good point. Yeah, exactly. When I say Blair White is self-hating, I mean herself. Whereas when Nazis say that whites are self-hating, they mean they hate their own group rather than they hate themselves. It's they
Right.
do the like, yeah, the collectivist thing. They're evil collectivists. That's right. Okay,
Evil
yeah.
collectivists.
Ramble. Ramble.
Okay, finish the segment, Vaush. It's over. Thank you. Thank you, Vaush. Boom. We did it. Have we done it? Now I have to finish the game and now we can move on to the next thing. I believe we can do it. We can do it. Oh. Nobody's been mean to me lately, which in a way is good. Brianna Wu. Do you want me to take a look at the WIC panel? While the game is still going on? I could. WIC TV.
Prime, why is...
We're gonna watch some of it. Where is it? Oh God. Is it here? Is this it? Leftism and anti-Semitism. Is it really a problem? Brianna Wu, counterpoints is DL. Is this it? Is this the panel?
Welcome, one and all, to yet
Why are
another
you
episode
so loud?
of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today we have a topic for
Where's
you.
Brianna Wu here? What does she have to do with this topic? Oh, everybody has an opinion on Israel now. Everybody, every single person, no matter what their knowledge, their connection to the topic, anything. Everybody has an opinion on it. No matter how well or ill informed. It's getting a bit ridiculous.
We're going to be talking about anti-Semitism on the left.
Everybody needs to talk about it. The anti-Semitism on the left.
Is it a real problem? Is it something that is indicative or
Hold on.
based in leftist ideals? Like, intrinsically? That's the word I'm looking for, intrinsically. Is it intrinsic to
If it's too quiet, tell me and I'll make it a bit louder, but I think it's okay.
leftism? Or is it simply something that's been overblown? It's a cudgel being used by people to bully leftists and distract from the real problems at hand? We're going to talk about it. We've brought together a wonderful group.
WIC, always with the hard-hitting topics. There's a Jewish person on this panel, right? That the discussion about anti-Semitism. There's at least one Jewish person on this, right? Right?
Group of guests.
His panel is the pinnacle of ridiculous. Oh, thank you.
And I want to give them all a chance to introduce themselves, their thoughts on the topic, and then we'll kind of get going. Is Counterpoints coming? We will see. I don't know.
Oh, great counterpoints. We really needed counterpoints in addition.
May have some issues. I hope he will be here soon.
I
But
hope not.
Either way, the show must go on. And we're
I really hope not.
going to start with Ali the Spurg. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my name is Ali. I think there's less of an anti-Semitic issue. There is obviously anti-Semitism happening within the left. However, I think there's a big conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, and I think those
True.
two things need to be separated.
Yes, please do separate them. Thank you. A voice of reason.
Okay, we'll
We
get
might
into
be
it.
rooting for this person.
Miss Brianna, please.
Yes, my name is Brianna Wu. I'm executive director at Rebellion Pack. I also
Yes, we don't care.
run special projects over at Progressive Victory. And yeah, my point, I think we're gonna have a lot of agreement here tonight. I think
Ah, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Brianna Wu. Thank you for your input.
all of us understand that Israel's foreign policy directionally has been very it's been really destructive and harmful and violent and disproportionate towards the Palestinian people. At the same
Yeah, okay.
time, I'm really seeing a lot of discourse on the left that, in my view, certainly falls into anti-Semitism. And I think we're doing the famous leftist playbook where we go after our own. And I think if we're serious about building a coalition to
Ah, Jesus Christ. Ah, yes, of course. Because for Brianna Wu, everything is about coalition. Going after our own.
provide real pushback against Israel's foreign policy, I think it's really important that we nip this anti-Semitism in the bud.
Excellent. We'll see how it goes. Karl Max, what you got?
Way to say a lot without saying anything, basically.
So I think that there is a lot of issues with how
I don't have to watch, Lucy. Just want to see your reaction. I'm gonna watch it till the end of this match. And then we'll see.
people have spoken about this, but I think that the issues come from the same people that we always see saying the worst shit. It is the usual
Who is this? Who is... Why doesn't anybody have a name? Who is this person? Who is this?
kind of tankies. It's the usual suspects, right? And these people, though they've always
don't
been there
know
to
who you
always
are.
say really stupid things, they've never had a real effect because these aren't people who actually take action.
That's Karl Marx? Okay.
And really, what are they going to influence in Palestine? I know that these people are annoying and shitty, but I don't think they're, first of all, mostly, I don't think the leftists are anti-Semitic. I think they're people who want to be radical and they want to LARP, right? And I think the people who are anti-Semitic aren't leftists and are people who are just anti-Semites looking for an excuse to be anti-Semitic, right? So all in all, I think that there are issues, but I think that people are focusing on the wrong ones, and especially giving into Israeli propaganda that any criticism of Israel might actually be rooted in definite anti-Semitism, which is something that I see being accused a lot,
Yes.
even when it's not necessarily accurate.
In fact, aristocracy has thrown out such a claim pretty recently in a panel.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. Thanks for being here and looking forward to the discussion. Last but not least, at least until Counterpoints arrives, Sock Done Left. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think there is some degree of anti-Semitism on the left on downplaying deaths by Jewish people and refusing to condemn that.
Of Jewish people, not by Jewish people. sucked on left. You mean downplaying the death of Jewish people?
Simultaneously, I think it's important to recognize that anti-Semitism on the left is something like 5 times less common than it is on the political right, and anti-Semitism on the right has political power. People like Donald Trump are actively calling for like the slaughter of Palestinians, and not in terms of anti-Semitism, but just bigotry on the right has institutional power in a way that it does not on the left. I would totally agree with Karl Marx that the types of people who tend to be the most radical, the most like LARPy or whatever, tend to also be the people with the least institutional power. And so, yes, it exists, and yes, it's like a problem, but only insofar as like any insane beliefs are a problem. Is like Posadism and wanting a post-nuclear socialism a problem? Yes, but I don't think anyone should give much of a shit. So,
Okay.
Fair enough.
it's more important than that. It's bigger than Posadism. But yeah.
See.
Fair enough. Well, I guess I'll stand in for counterpoints till gets here, and I'll give
What
my
the
criticism of what I've seen.
Huh?
Okay?
Moderator, hello. Don't stand in for. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna show my bias in all of this for a second there. I'm just gonna stand in for one of the people. I'm just gonna show that I have, you know, zero objectivity in this, and I'm just gonna, you know, jump in and what? Okay.
I talked to Lonerbox last night, and his position resonated with me.
I see.
It's not so much that I see anti-Semitism coming directly from the left, right? They're not going out and hating Jews, etc. But the problem I do see, and it is I think a problem that is bigger than some on this seem to think, they run cover for it. Anytime we see any kind of anti-Semitic remark by someone in a Palestinian protest or something, when we bring it up, I'm inundated by what I call the butt brigade, right? So what I mean by the butt brigade is when I say, "Oh man, those people pulling down those posters, that's pretty gross." But Israel. But what is the IDF doing in Gaza? But Netanyahu, like every single time. And I think that this minimizes a very real problem. And while it may not have
Jesus, so loud. Fix your audio, please, Wick.
these people may not have any institutional power now. We are talking people with millions of followers, millions of sub counts, right? Big dwarfing us all, right? Talking about
wait, who has like those million subs dwarfing everybody? Name names or be quiet. Some streamers have the guts to name names and to call out big streamers. I guess Wick is not one of them.
settler babies and things like that. How can we say that's not actually an issue and that's not something we...
Gosh, it's so ear deafening.
actively should be not just ignoring and
Don't shout into your mouthpiece. You're blowing up your mic.
poo-pooing away, but actively going ahead and confronting and fighting against.
It's actually very unpleasant to listen
I
to.
think that's dead on, Wick, and I think
And I don't like the destinyism of go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
one of the most basic tenets of morality, like if you go read your Noam Chomsky, is
And now she's quiet. Because Wick screams into the mic, which makes it unbearable to hear, so I make it quieter. And then Brianna Wu speaks normally, so it makes it also too quiet now.
the same moral standards you expect of other people, you hold yourself to, right? So I think if all of us very correctly want to call out racism, sexism, transphobia, homophobia on the right, I think it's really important to have our own house in order. So I fully agree with my
In
other
your room.
panelists have said. I believe Sos Done Left. It was you who said it was like 5 times worse on the right. I haven't seen that study. That seems very believable to me.
Study.
I agree with you.
Have a
proportionally,
study
it's
to
probably
provide
not as big of a problem
for this
But
claim?
that should just mean it's that much easier to denounce. And Wick, to your point, anyone that is talking
what an
about this
aesthetic choice.
anti-Semitism
Wick.
on the left, like my mentions have been a war zone for days here. And I get attacked with the worst stereotypes telling me that like I'm for Palestinian genocide, with people that will not look and say I've been extremely critical of Israel's foreign policy for literally 15 years on Twitter. There are tons of public statements out there they
My
can find.
hands-
There's my own statements within the last 2 weeks. And it so instantly becomes so heated that it is an environment where it's very difficult to push back on this stuff. So what I need from my friends on the left, I agree with you. We need a change in foreign
Not
policy.
sure I'm your friend,
We do need to
necessarily.
denounce this tactic Israel is engaged in that is not going to give them the policy outcome that they want. But we need to be able to call out anti-Semitism on our own side. It's so obvious. It's the most basic requirement of being the thing that you like, having the same standards for yourself you expect of others.
Just to speak briefly to that study that I mentioned.
Okay, so there's a big difference between calling out anti-Semitism. I think this is important to sort of touch upon. And trying to not generalize anti-Semitic messaging by individuals onto whole movements, because that becomes a really big problem as well. When you have a pro-Palestinian march and one person comes with an anti-Semitic transparent, and therefore all Palestinian advocacy becomes now branded as anti-Semitic inherently. You can probably see the problem with that, right? You can probably see the problem here, I suspect.
And I posted it in the like group chat thing. It's Royden and Hirsch.
Yeah, I'm
2023.
looking it over now. Yeah.
Go. What's that?
Yeah, I'm looking it over now. Continue though, please. Just.
All I was saying on specific statements like, quote, Jewish people have too much power in America, it's like 5% of liberals and 40% of conservatives. So when I said 5, you could even say it's 8 times. It's a lot of young, and this is young conservatives too. Older conservatives are less anti-Semitic, but gripers are unironically the future of a third of the Republican Party. So institutional
Sure.
power again.
I hear you, but do you agree that we need to structurally call this out and get our own house in order? Because if we don't, I really worry we're going to become a version of the Republicans.
I think it should
Isn't
always
this
be
an
okay.
issue?
Go ahead.
Isn't this an issue that we see with every single conflict, though? I mean, if you criticize Israel, you'll get called a Hamas supporter, and if you criticize
Fair.
Hamas, you'll get called like a Zionist. It's just something that will
Fair.
happen, especially with the internet, right? I feel
Yeah.
like we need to find the power in saying this is
I got the
stupid
power.
and just ignoring them and then moving on. I know that sounds like kind of dismissive, but I think that
does.
a lot of I think there's a lot of benefit to ridiculing silly ideas and to just moving away from them, because these people are stupid. I think the best method, the best course of action is to make fun of them, make it clear that these sorts of views are silly, they're over the top, they're
I don't know if
exaggerated,
that works.
they're not worth it. I mean, you see me doing this all the time.
People
right?
always
That's
say
the
that,
way I
but
think
does
you
it
can
work?
effectively make ideas, less popular. And I feel like that's kind of the only real way we have, right? I mean, what else are we gonna do? You can't really exile these people or something,
I
you
don't
know?
know.
You
Well,
can tell them it's stupid and then move
Yeah,
on.
go ahead.
Let's go Sockdon left, then Woo, and then yeah.
All I wanted to say is that I think the amount of criticism should be roughly proportional to the amount of power. And so, Vanguardists do have a decent amount of power. I want to say, when you look at all of YouTube views or something, they represent a fifth of socialist YouTube views, something like that. It's not nothing. They have a lot less power in the real world, even than that. They don't represent even a fifth of the real world socialist movements. They're a tenth. And socialist movements themselves have very little power. So I guess the point to me is I think it's worth calling out and then being okay, I've called out this bad belief. I can't change all these people's minds. Saying it over and over isn't going to change their mind. They hate everything I have to say. So I'm going to focus on who's actually doing like the killing of 9,000 people. It's Israel, right? It's the Democratic politicians who are refusing a ceasefire. It's to focus on where the harms are proportionally.
I hear what you're saying. I think I would push back on the idea that we need to mock it as the best thing. I think if you go out there and talk to your Jewish friends right now, they're legitimately hurting, just like your Muslim friends are hurting. I think all of us were probably moved when we saw Hassan crying on Leftovers, or at least I was. But if you go talk to your Jewish friends right now, especially progressive Jewish friends, I've universally found they're in a lot of pain. They feel betrayed. They don't understand how, from their point of view, they've shown up for gay people and trans people, and
That's not okay. That's not the type of hurt that I'm feeling. I'm just gonna say that's stupid.
movement after movement, unionization. It's hard to think of a progressive movement in the United States that has not had a lot of Jewish people there. And they're not seeing their friends stand up for them right now. So I think that mocking is an important tool, but I also think that it's important for non-Jews like me and hopefully the people in the audience to stand up and say, you know what, this doesn't speak for us. We can be critical of Israel's foreign policy, but let's not bring American Jews into this. I think that's actually really important.
Just a real quick.
Butavagan, a WIC panel, yeah, until the game's over, then we're gonna do something else.
Housekeeping thing. Counterpoint's reached out. He isn't going to be able to make it today, unfortunately. We hope that his situation improves, and that's okay. But I do want to say this.
So tragic. Judaism does not equal Zionism. Exactly.
As well, right? And this is the Sock Done Left, just briefly. So we talk about how these ideas don't have institutional power, but we can see the effect that it's having on the left and the division it's causing on the left, which is going to be a problem coming in to the 2024 elections. Look at the DSA. There's been several high-profile people who have abandoned the DSA recently over the recent comments that has been made by certain chapters and things like that. So to dismiss this as this doesn't have an effect, or this is just kind of like nothing, I don't know that's going to be helpful, right? Like, I think that these people are doing real damage to movements that I think are very important, like free healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. Like that. And we have Mike from PA, Hassan, several other big names, right, telling their people don't vote for Biden, just clearly just anti-electoralism. Like, is that? I don't. It just bothers me that we're just.
Why are you so loud? God, fix your audio. It hurts my ears to listen to you, Wick.
Dismissing this as if it's nothing. I don't know. Maybe it's a.
Well, what I would say to that is most of the people who were anti-electoral before are anti-electoral now. Like, the actual shift has been way smaller. Mike was anti-electoral before. Hassan was iffy. I don't actually recall, but he was not like a strong pro-Biden stan. I guess all I was trying to say, like, this has clearly moved people, and I would say it's moved some people in a bad direction, but the effect has been like way smaller. This part of the left was like bad in that respect before, in my view.
I think that's fair, though. I have to say, I did work the 2020 election, and we certainly did take note of Hassan's statement and encouraging his audience to go vote for Biden, and he talked about that. So, there's been a reason that the Democratic Party has done outreach to him, because he does have a voice that matters. But I hear you. I want to, just out of the interest of fairness, though, I do want to go to the other side of this and really acknowledge a point that was made earlier. I forget who made this, but I think it's really valid to say that it is often hard to criticize Israel's foreign policy without feeling like
it's pretty reductive to call it pure foreign policy, because Palestine, Gaza is not exactly a fully autonomous foreign country to frame it as foreign policy, I think.
people are going to accuse you of being anti-Semitic. And I wanted to give a chance for other
Sort of
people
is,
to
but
voice their
sort
views
of.
on that, because I do think that's a valid issue.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's kind of what the issue is I always ask people like, what is anti-Semitism, and no one really
Yeah.
seems to give me a clear indication. Is it hatred of Jews? Is it destabilizing people, dehumanizing people, whatever it is? If someone
Yeah.
says free Palestine from the river to the sea, that's recognized as anti-Semitic. And yet, if we recognize that like Israel is free from the river to the sea, that's not anti-Semitism for some reason, even though the Semitic people of Palestine were pushed out and the literal land was removed off a map. So I mean, like, I don't get how one is anti-Semitic, one isn't. And I think the big conflation, the issue is the fact that people are anti-Zionist, and while they're anti-Zionist, it gets referred to as anti-Semitic, and I don't think that's fair
True.
at all.
I think that, from my point of view, I think theoretically you could have someone that does not want Israel to exist that is not anti-Semitic. I think, though, in practice, it's so functionally disrespectful to such a large number of people that,
What about if you're Jewish and you don't think that Israel should exist? Brianna Wu, you do know that anti-Zionist Jewish people exist? Yes?
there is, if you look at the history of how this region was shaped and, why Israel was basically
I do not believe you know this history, by the way.
established. I
do
mean,
not
if you
believe
look
that.
at the history of this region,
I don't believe you know
I
the
do
history
think
of this
most
region.
American Jews believe Israel should exist. I'm not Jewish. I think it should exist. So
Yeah.
I agree with you. It's theoretically possible. It's just it's so frequently linked with anti-Semitism that I think a lot of people make that conclusion.
So
Game's
my
almost
issue,
over.
my issue is that the way it was formed, if you want to like really sit back and think about it, it was like the Jews were exiled by the Romans and then dispersed through the land, and then the Holocaust happens, and so now the way I'm seeing it is the Palestinians are now being dehumanized and displaced through the lands, and the only thing left to come would be like a Holocaust for us to feel bad for them and be like they deserve the land. So I mean, like, yes, although I can understand why American Jews believe that like Israel should be a thing, I'm not saying that like the Jewish people shouldn't have a home place, but to displace another group of people for a home place, and then anytime someone says anything negative about that displacement is like it gets referred to as anti-Semitic, when the actual people of the land, the Palestinians, are the Semites who are being displaced. So how's that not
People just
anti-Semitic?
don't want it to be an ethno state.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's fine. But I'm gonna again channel my counterpoints energy today since
God.
he's with us in Spirit Gang and
Okay, we're gonna listen to this Wick thing and then we're gonna move on from this. I don't think there's anything of value here.
possess my body for the moment.
Amazing.
Okay.
So true.
That's absolutely fair, but we have to take context into consideration here. When on
Do
the
you-
day after,
Do you know the context, Wick? Like, oh my god, just I doubt it. Everybody pretends to have the context. Everybody pretends to have some knowledge that nobody else does. I am, after all, the nuanced person in here with the context. But nobody else is.
the Hamas attacks, people are chanting "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be
that's
free."
right.
The day after, they're saying "Intifada, Intifada." We want an Intifada from Britain to Gaza, right? What am I supposed to take out of that, right?
So although I don't agree with that, I don't agree with the celebration. Do you not understand it?
I can understand, but
Okay, that's
that under.
We're done. We're done with the panel. Thank you. If you've enjoyed this, I don't know how long this took us, but if you've enjoyed it, then nice. I'm happy that you've enjoyed it. We can now move on. We're gonna play a game. Your favorite part of my streams, playing a game. Video game. I think we've had enough. We don't need to listen anymore. I am not shackled to this panel. I am not handcuffed to this panel. We do not have the obligation to watch it in full. Thank goodness. But you know what would help? If someone would donate or something. It's been a slow day for donations, that's for sure. Boom. Wait, how annoying. There you go, join the page and join the celebration. There you go, boom, Star Ocean 2. True. Oh, I have to make it louder. One moment. I'm gonna watch the intro. It's a remade intro from the PlayStation 1. This intro in the original PlayStation 1 always made me think that basically Star Ocean is like a... Let me put it this way. It takes a bit from Star Trek with its premise, with its atmosphere, etc. It does. Just a tad, true. Not too much though, not too much. But a bit. A little bit. I'm gonna be quiet now. I'm just gonna remain silent. Okay, this is totally a Star Trek thing, so yeah. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Rena Landford. Pa 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 ba bang ba da 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 da. Private action? No private actions. Oh, I have to go in here. True. This game is very good. Wait, how do I enter the city? Oh, you can only go from here. That's true.
誰も出てないな。
It's night.
私の知っている宿屋があるんです。今日はそこに泊まって明日お城に行きましょう。
Okay. Sounds like a plan. We need to get Ashton.
あらまあ、レナちゃんじゃないの。久しぶり。
お久しぶりです。おばさんはお元気ですか？
ええ、おかげさまで。
Genki desu.
あらら、ウェスタも大変ね。彼氏
彼氏？
違います。
そんなに力強く否定しなくてもな。
Oh no! Once again, we are entering the arc.
いや、別に。
ちょうどよかったわ。いい部屋が一つ空いてるのよ。特別に今日だけタダで泊めてあげるわよ。
いいんですか？
かわいい名の素敵な一夜のためだものね。
だから全然関係ないんですってば。
全然ね。
全然。
そういえば2週間くらい前だったかしら。この町にフラックさんが来たわよ。
フラックさん。ミスターフラック。
ディアスが？
まあ行き先も決めないまますぐに出て行っちゃったんだけどね。
そうなんだ。
ではごゆっくりと。
おばさん、ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
どういたしまして。レナを頼むわね。
はい。ちょっと気になったんだけど、フラックさんって誰だい？
ディアスのことですか？
さっきその名前を聞いたからさ。
ディアス・フラックって言ってアーリアに住んでいた人なんです。でも昔悲しい事件があって村を出て行ってしまって。
じゃあそれ以上は聞かないようにするよ。
ありがとう。
一つ僕からのお願いを聞いてくれないかな。
何ですか？
僕のことをさん付けしないで呼んでほしいんだ。
True. 敬語はやめてくださいです。
僕も君のことをレナって呼びたいから。
はい、わかりました。
もう寝ようか。夜も遅いから。
そうですね。おやすみなさい、クロード。
おやすみ、レナ。
She's still a lot more polite than him. Just
デ
gonna
ィアス。
point that out.
どうだったかしら。
よく眠れました。ありがとう、おばさん。
そういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだけど。
Perverted auntie. I heard that King was looking for some adventures. Need the King's spell immersion to cross over to L. If you want to say Illyria, update. I do like the run cycle of this game, of Rena, especially from behind. Oh no, it's nice from all angles actually. Really nice. Hello, kid. I found you indeed. You can move your party members. Move aside, dork. You can do this. Please shave.
今の人、三つ目？
はい、三つ目です。But I want to recruit Ashton, not Opera. Was it Opera? Okay. Taxes.
ここは越見受付です。
ここだわ。私が書きますね。
We all know you don't know how to write, Claude.
アーリアの村長、レジス殿のご紹介ですか。
はい。
はい。できるだけ早くお願いしてもらいたいのですが。
そうですね。しばらくお待ちいただけますか。
はい。ありがとうございます。
その間、城の中でも見学なさっていてください。
わかりました。クロード、やったね。
やりました。確かに。Your home. I wanted Dionysus Prince. Aww. So sad. Maybe? What a strange castle. I need to clean more. And tomorrow I need to work on my special project. A secret project. Level up from this. Oh.
王様、ありがとうございました。
気をつけてな。
失礼。
王様、 お目にかかれて光栄です。
おお、レナか。久しぶりではないか。見違えたぞ。レジスから聞いていた以上ではないか。
王様もご健康そうで何よりです。
まあ堅苦しい挨拶は抜きにしようではないか。して今日は何用かな。
はい、実は私たちはソーサリーグローブについて調査を始めたのです。そこで王様がご存知の情報についてできる限り教えていただきたいと思い参りました。
なんとそなたたちがか。
はい、もちろん冗談や遊びで始めたのではありません。
そうか。そういうことならば私も助けないわけにはいかないな。確かに各地で異常な地震、火山の噴火など発生しておるが、その原因など詳しいことは分かっておらんのだ。
ソーサリーグローブのせいだということは考えられないのですか。
はっきりとした証拠が揃わないうちは 100% そうとは言い切れん。現在エル王国では人間が魔物たちと交戦中ということだが、その規模や被害の様子など詳しい情報がほとんど伝わってこないのが実態なのだ。
エル王国に渡る船は
ないことはないが制限されておる。ソーサリーグローブについては我々もよくはわからない。いや、何も知らん。
調査隊を送ったんじゃないんです。
そうだ。しかし戻ってこないのだ。要するに我々が手を尽くしてもソーサリーグローブに関するわずかな手がかりもつかめないということだ。
そうだったんですか。
そうです。
だから我々はむしろ冒険者たちにこそ調査を依頼することに決定したのだ。
街に冒険者が目立つのはそのためか。
しかしレナ、ソーサリーグローブの調査は危険だぞ。できることならばやめた方がいいと思うが。
Well、
いいえ、大丈夫です。私にはクロードさんがいますから。
ミスター・ケニー。
おお、彼はそれほどの強者なのか。しかしもう少し装備を整えた方が良いのではないか。
Give me money. Give me money. Please.
通行証と選別です。どうぞ。
王様。
異変の調査をしているのだから当然の報酬だ。受け取ってくれ。
That's a little bit too small of a payment for that, but
ありがとうございます、王様。
エル王国に行くのならばクリクから出ている臨時便に乗るといい。
わ、
王様、本当にありがとうございます。
いえいえ。
僕は全然話をしていなかったな。
気にすることないわよ。私も結構緊張していたし。 うしてですの？これは私が手に入れたものでしょう？
何言ってやがる。ありゃ半分詐欺もいいところのやり方だったじゃねえか。
まあ、いつ私が詐欺を働いたと言うんですの？
Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet. BRB. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't go. Don't leave. I have returned the banana, which is my special prop. Banana prop. My special. Oh, it's cold now. That's
まあ、いつ私が詐欺を働いたと言うんですの？
I don't believe it's tempting. I just don't believe it. Game's a bit too loud. How about now? That could be a problem. That could actually be a problem. Okay. Yeah, I'm really cold. I'm gonna switch position.
いつ私が詐欺をはた
まあ
いつわた
まあ。
うるせえ、殺すぞ。生言ってねえでさっさと渡しやがれ。
何よあの人。
そうですね。何よその人。何よ。
何ですの？
何ですの？
なんだこのガキが。
あなた女性に対してなんて態度なの？
そうです。
なんだと？
人に物を言うときにはね、もっと穏やかに接するべきよ。
あ？
はい。
ふざけたこと抜かしてんじゃねえぞこのガキが。
Oh no.
まったく自分より弱い相手にしか強がれないのですわね。
だと？本当に殺すぞこら。
ブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラブラボン。
喧嘩を売るなら相手を選ぶことですわ。
That's right.
もっとも
When
身に
you're
覚えのない喧嘩は迷惑です。
selling a fight.
喧嘩を売るなら相手を選ぶことですけど。
覚えてやがれ。
いい。Bye.
これで懲りたかしら。驚きましたわ。あなたのような人が喧嘩を止めに入るなんて。だってあの男の人どう見ても正しいとは思えなかったんですもの。
I bet a lot of the space of the game is taken by the
強
voice
いんです
acting.
ね。あら、そうでもありませんわ。
僕の出る幕がないな。
そういえばあなたたち、さっき王様に謁見していた人たちかしら。どうしてそれを？私、お城を見学していたんですけれど、順番を早めてもらっている特例の2人がいると兵士たちが話していたので、私たちのことだってちょっと気になったので、こっそり謁見の間で見ていたんですの。
それは趣味のいいことで。
そう言わないで。実はお二人に耳寄りな情報があるんですから。実は私、先ほどのオークションでこんなものを手に入れましたの。これはとある洞窟に隠された古代の宝の場所を記した地図なんですの。よかったら一緒にこの地図の場所を探索しませんこと？
Let's go.
僕たちは宝探しに付き合っているほど暇じゃないんだけどな。
あら、あなたたちの目的に関するヒントだって見つかるかもしれませんわよ。私と一緒に行きません？
Alright, let's go.
面白そうですね。ぜひ。さすが話がわかりますわね。私はセリーヌ・ジュレス。
ジュレス。
トレジャーハントですわ。
セリーヌ・ジュレス。
それじゃあ改めて地図をお見せしますわね。よろしくて。まず私たちは クロスの東にあるクロス洞穴を目指すことになりますの。クロス洞穴？それってあの有名な天然洞穴のことですか？ええ。とっくに調べ尽くされていると思ってました。最近になって新たに発見された地図だという話ですわ。ふーん。
ひとまず装備などを整えてから出発しよう。
そうですわね。
何か怪しい気がするんだけどな。
え？何か言いまして？
いや、何でもありません。さあ、行きましょう。
We're gonna buy some. Okay. There we go. Done it? Boom, success.
Yosh.
Oh. I like to do this myself. Alright. Fried egg. Oh! Oh wow. I think you can make ice cream out of eggs. Fruit milk. Fried eggs, yogurt. I think you can also make ice cream. Except iron. Yes. Done it. Let's see.
やりました。
Where do I go to fish? I've never fished. There was no fishing in the original. Okay. But where do we recruit Ashton? There has to be Ashton prompt somewhere. Maya Mayor, have you recruited Ashton? Or no? Have you not recruited Ashton? Do you remember who to talk to trigger the Ashton questline? I don't remember. Okay. Where was that cave again? Oh. What do I do now? Ooh. That's not a fish. Okay. Oh, there are records and stuff. Oh, package. And run for this. How do you control which target to heal? I have no clue. True. That's one of the best things in this game, crafting. Later in the game, you have a skill that allows you to summon a bird, and that bird is a shop that you can use anywhere. So you can summon a store in the middle of a dungeon and just stock up on healing items, etc. That's a super useful skill. Summoning the bird. Manten kana? Oh, you must be far in the game to already have the bird. I don't wanna die. The enemies are strong here. I control it now. Mirror palm. I got more money than the king gave me just now. That's something. Flipping on University, so random deaths have been pretty common for me. I'm not gonna play on Universe on the first playthrough. No, I'm not gonna play on Universe on the first playthrough, no way. I choose not to. It's a choice that I made. There we go. What? Kega wa nai desu ka? Laser beams.
そうだな。
そうですね。確かに。That's right. Oh, I might as well reduce casting time. Oh, I need more skill points. I wonder. Naruhodo. 確かになるほど。
後ろなの？
後ろです。
これでどうだ？これでどうだ？ダメ？なんとかなる。敵よ。準備はいい？仕方ないですね。よっ。どうだ？お母さん。あ？
お母様。Oh, somebody wrote me a message. There we go.
嬉しい。力が。当然ですわね。
当然ですわね。当然です。Egg and dairy. Egg and dairy. Oh, everybody's at max.
気をつけなきゃ。なんとかなるかな。
80点ってとこだな。
80点。
敵よ。戦うしかなさそうですね。 ですよね。仕方ないです。敵だ。大丈夫だってよ。
People have fallen off. No fans of Star Ocean. Can it be? Nobody's a real fan of this amazing game. Silver. It's lonely here. I'm sorry. I apologize. Should recommend this stream to more people. Or something. I bet President Sunday is streaming or something. He stole all my viewers. Is he actually? I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check right now. Uh-oh. Let's see, President Sunday. No, it's not. I got no excuse. Israel, Palestine chat. Oh, God. Boring. Very, very linked enemies. Oh.
行き止まりだ。場所が違うのかな。
本当だ。変な岩があるだけね。おかしいですわね。
地図だとこの先に宝の部屋があることになってますわ。
もしかして偽物？
そんなはずは。
失礼です。
ところでレナさん。
はい。
レナさんって回復の呪文が使えますわよね。
はい。
さあ、私もよくわからないんです。いつの間にか使えるようになっていたから。
紋章術には回復の紋章なんてありませんし。
へえ、そうなんだ。
はあ、高い地図でしたのに。
他の道を探してみます？
はあ、そうですわね。
セリーヌさん、その前にちょっと僕にも地図を見せてくれませんか？ここに小さく何か書いてありませんか？呪文がどうだとか。
本当ですわ。かすれて読みづらいですけど、確かに何か書いてありますわ。
その通りやればいいのかな？
とりあえずやってみますわね。
通路が。
やりましたわね。
行ってみましょう。
やりましたわね。
よかった。
敵です。
気をつけなきゃ。
ラボルト、当たれ。
弱かったですね。
僕らの勝ちだな。
嬉しい。
当然ですわね。
やったわ。
見つけましたわね。
これですか？
はい。
何なんだ一体。
多分古文書。なんて書いてあるのかしら。
ダメですわ。私にも全く読めない。私の故郷に戻って長老にでも聞くしかなさそうですわ。
あるいは言語学者に頼むしかなさそうだな。
そうですわね。
おお。 I have this even before I beat Star Ocean 6. We have Star Ocean 6. How do I... Ah. Okay. That works. That was not a thing in the original game, obviously. Obviously, that was not a thing. That's right. Which were not a thing in the old game. Now I'm cold. Let me check something. And you, yeah. It's warmer now than during the day. It's so ridiculous. It feels like, okay, now I understand. It's 10 degrees, but it feels like 4. That is so weird. It's 10 degrees that feel like 4. I see. So it's like fake. 10 degrees. If they feel like 4.
あなたたちのおかげで助かりましたわ。お礼を申し上げますわね。
そんなことないですよ。ソーサリーグローブに関する手がかりは見つからなかったけどね。
あら、ソーサリーグローブのことを調べていたんですの？
ええ、そのつもりでエル大陸に渡ろうと思っていたんです。そうだ、セリーヌさんも私たちと一緒に行きませんか？
レナさん？
だってセリーヌさんの紋章術があると心強いなって思ったんですもの。
そうね。考えてもいいですわよ。
本当ですか？
ええ。でも本当にいいのかしら。
Please travel with us.
もちろんですよ。ぜひ仲間になってください。
じゃあしばらくお供させていただこうかしら。
嬉しい。よかったね、クロード。
うん、まあね。
じゃあ最初の予定通りクリクに向かって出発しましょう。
はい。 Yes. Oh. Proof. I have to prove myself. Oh. Private action. Private action. Two private actions. Amazing.
ここはなんとなく私の故郷と似ていますわ。
そうなんですか？
もちろん雰囲気とかは全然違うんですけど、人ののどかな感じとか、そういった穏やかな温かさが似ていますの。
セリーヌさん、ホームシックにでもかかっちゃったんですか？
違いますわ。きちんとした理由でもない限り帰りたいなんて思いませんわ。それに下手に帰ったりしますと、お見合いだの結婚だのいろいろと話が持ち上がって厄介なのよ。
へえ、大変なんですね、お嬢様ともなると。
何言ってるんですの。あなただって私ぐらいの年になれば連日お見合いの話が舞い込んできて大変なことになるんですのよ。
そんなことありませんよ。
どうかしらね。もうすでに何人かからは誘いを受けてるんじゃなくて。
そんな人いません。
何もそんなに大声で言わなくてもよろしいんじゃなくて。
Such angry denial.
Yeah, レナ、ここにも犬っているんだね。
ここにも？
あ、いや、こっちの話。
かわいい。
そういえばレナは何かペットを飼ったことはないの？
え？私？ないわ。だって森に行けばたくさんの友達に会えるもの。
はあ、そうか。
そうか。そうです。
僕の場合、近くに森なんてなかったからな。
クロードって随分と都会に住んでいるのね。
ああ、まあね。僕たちのところでは本当の森はもうないんだ。自分たちで壊してしまったのさ。
森がない生活なんて信じられないわ。
そうだね。きっとどこかで何かが狂ってしまったんだろうね。
Let's see. Rena. Rena's okay. Ooh. Bigger heart with Claude. Claude's basically like the default ending or something. Huh? Ah, yes.
ましょう。
Gonna do the private action.
あらレナ、
どうかしたんですか？
ジャムを買いに来たんですの。
ジャム。
でも困ってしまいましたわ。お店の人が留守のようですの。
私が探してきますよ。
そう？ じゃあお願いしよう。
すぐに行ってきます。この町のどこかにはいると。
In
助
the
かるわ。
cave. Not in the upstairs. In the cave. You've already done this pilot action. And I've already done it on the PlayStation as well. Sounds like me.
すみません。あなたは確かジャム屋の店員さんですよね。はい、そうですけど。何をしていたんですか？歌の練習を。歌ですか。
はい。
私、小さな頃から歌手になるのが夢だったんです。だからバスルームで歌ったり、散歩の途中にここに来て練習したりしていたんです。ほら、ここって洞窟の中だから音が響いて上手になったような気がするんです。そうだったんですか。でも私はそばかすが多いから歌手は無理かな。もう諦めようかしら。
You shouldn't give up so easily.
簡単に
As I
夢
said.
を諦めちゃダメよ。
はい。
夢を持って生きていれば必ず叶う日が来るわ。そうね。私が弱気になったら夢は叶わないものね。たくさん練習してきっと夢を叶えてみせるわ。いけない。お店のことをすっかり忘れていたわ。誰かお客さんが待っているかも。
Don't let your
あな
dreams
たの
be
夢は
memes.
叶うわ。
What the heck?
もう少ししたらエクスペルで一番の歌手になっているかもしれないわね。
Expel. The planet expel. Hey, hold on. Why did that change the friendship level? What? That makes no sense. Actually. Claude was not even here. Why? Why? Ah. Should dreams be memes? You're welcome.
行くわよ。
Oh, there's one more. Kurodo.
何してるのクロード。
やあレナ、ちょっとね空を眺めていたんだ。
空？
そうねえレナ、君はあの空の向こうに一体何があると思う？
空の向こう？何か別の世界があったら素敵ね。
別の世界？
変な話なんだけどね。私この空の向こうに別の世界があるような気がするの。
へえ、面白い考えだね。どうしてそう思うんだい？
だって海の向こうにだって別の世界はあるでしょ。だったら夜空の向こうにも同じように別の世界があっても不思議はないじゃない。やっぱり変かな。
いや、素敵な考えだと思うよ。
本当？
ああ、きっとそういう考えの中にこそ本当の答えが隠されているんだろうね。
How nice. This space man says. True. Wait, can I get Ashton now or not yet? Can I get Ashton now or not yet? Tell me, Maya Mayor. Can I get him yet? Not yet.
あらレナ、ちょうど一人で退屈していたところですの。よろしかったらちょっとお茶でも飲んでいきませんかと。
いいですね、そうしましょう。
決まりですわね。
どうしたんですか？
どうしたもこうしたもあるか。こいつ金を持ってないなんて抜かしやる。
だから僕はここでお金を払わなくちゃならないなんて知らなかったんだ。
It's the prince.
そんな言い訳が通用するとでも思ってるのか。
ちょっと待って。それなら私たちが彼の代わりにお金を払ってあげますから。
My style of doing things.
本気かい？こんな奴のために払ってやることはないと思うがね。
そういうわけにもいかないでしょ。このまま帰ったりしたら目覚めが悪くなってしまいますわ。
おい兄ちゃん、このお嬢さん方に感謝するんだな。
大丈夫ですか？
すまない、君たち。
残念ですけどお茶は中止にした方がいいようですわね。
ね、そうですね。
ありがとう、助かったよ。
セリーヌよ。それからこっちはレナ。
ありがとうセリーヌ、レナ。
どういたしまして。ところであなたのお名前は何？
クリス。クリスと呼んでくれないか。
Wait, he said Chris in Japan. Never mind.
クリスさんですか？
He literally says Chris in Japanese.
これに懲りたら次からは気をつけなさいな、クリス。
Why did they translate Chris to Clyde?
つもりじゃなかったんだ。
Why? What?
別にどんなつもりでも構いませんわ。ですけど二度も助けるほどお人よしではありませんから。
わかった。これからは気をつけるよ。
You could really say Chris. Why? Is it bad? Is it bad to say Chris in English? Is it a bad name now? No more private actions here. No more private actions.
行くわよ。
行くわよ。Okay, it's 3 a.m. We've been streaming for how many hours? Let's see. I think it's about 4 or 5. 4 hours, 50 minutes. So I guess we're gonna finish here. Perfect timing. Wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say this is the perfect timing? So I'm gonna say love and solidarity and look. Why? What the lizard? Okay, you're the only one left. It feels like. But it's okay. It's okay. Uh-oh. No. No. What the heck? Oh. That's strange. Okay, now we can finish. Good night. I'll see you around. Night night.